Hello and welcome back to Arknights. Tonight I'll be doing the What the Firelight casts story stages. I'm Luce, your resident Fae adjacent creature, here to share some more mobile game story things. Pass the flame into the long night. "8 years ago, 1090, 20 Oak Grove. Your lordship, more than a paucity are inquiring after you, wondering what our next planned move should be. Our repertoire has been a massive success, thanks to your backing. The Taran's own theater and the Taran's own history, 200 strong, came to the premiere, and my, were they overjoyed. Now I can pursue partnership in the few factories on the Baron's estate, or we can accept this offer of alliance from a number of bankers. Leave those topics for after the soiree, Sir Pith, or have the typists make the arrangements in your stead. They won't make much less of it. We should talk tonight of only the freshly concluded performance, and of the Taran culture. Forget all that Victorian, long, windedness and flattery. Everyone, all the status and etiquette, this daintiness and diction, this respectable vocabulary rely on to exchange thoughts. We were taught all of it by the Victorians. The same as the Victorians' machines, saddling the Taran's hearts with contemporary ills. Time was only as we knew our natural height and valor, and the blood we inherit from King Gale would stir without the rest of the battle. But now we've been trained in the Victorians' guile and vanity, to the point where, faced with a true and genuine undertaking, rally an ideal, many can only play it as their game in their own interest. It is not solely us either, it goes for the everyday Taran citizen we so often meet in the streets as well. Being contaminated by Victorians' vice, they have become more apothics and rascals, ruffians. Oh, very well said, my lord. Sorry, I accidentally broke a wine glass. Seems your glass wishes to interject. Ask your lordship's opinion on something. Pardon my memory, but who might you be? Williams the Bard, writer of the very play that happened tonight. But don't need to go through the trouble of remembering my name. Can't say I've made such a contribution to literary circles. Hardly, Mr. Williams, as I've said. I most detest the Victorians' long-windedness. Ask away. You liken the Tarans to a diseased people. How should we heal ourselves in your view, then? How should we save our fellow Terrans from the brink? I fear no matter how we strive, we cannot cure the blight core to us, just as muddied water cannot clean itself. So you say it's beyond us, then, to save these rascals and ruffians. You don't believe they simply lack knowledge, education? That the power to help themselves lives within our pens? To find intellect exactly what our enemy is. Of course we write, rally, dream of an ideal nation of Tara. We try to rouse the memories of it sleeping in our blood, but you and I will have been the ones to stay behind those olden days. We'll have to be the ones to stay behind in these olden days. See, I very much enjoy your works, and yet we're forced to use Victorian language. I lay down now my soldier's honor there, so that in time the soil of Tara need no longer be soaked in carmine blood. The great dragon's cross, no swords, dragon kin. Be that unless day comes upon the red dragon's flame should lead all those that fell, our fighters, from the forge to be reborn. As much as I'm flattered, it's all simple record of the folk ballads. Most I did was add some metered polish. This is a continuation of Chapter 9, which I did quite a while ago on stream. Oh, no, I'm just thinking. It's not a sure thing that Tara will never... It's no sure thing that Tara will never have another red dragon. After all, none of us have ever seen a Draco before. How can we tell if whoever passes by isn't actually Volvare? A different species. 8 years later, village of Redridge, Skathana Fields. Read. Beep, found them. It was those two mucking about the streets. Sound of the window breaking must have been their doing. Hey, settle down, you two, or else it's not your wrists the rope will go around next time. Spit. Come on, stop being vile now. Sorry, officers, it was our fault. Is that the wanted lot, the ones rubbing up with Dublin? One of them was wanted, the other I've never seen. I knew these turns would all be in on it. Bloody good for nothings. Please don't do anything, I beg you. This is all we had on us. You searched us and all, ask us anything you want, we'll explain, we... Shut up, what are your pals up to, eh? Where'd they go? They off gossiping with Dublin? I don't know, honestly, I don't. We don't even have any pals. We've never met anyone from Dublin before. And you just want some people beat to death, give her something to report to your noble brass. Smack. Spit, you bloody Victorian scumbags. Keeping mum, are you? Take them inside. Don't let these ball sacks make their racket on the street. They'll wake the rest of us up. Question won't the bag. If he's honest, he can suffer a little less. I'm honest. I swear I don't know a thing. Hold it, Captain. I think there's more nearby. There's... What's the bag boy shouting about? Fire! Shut up. Don't try and cover your friends. Nope, there's a fire behind you. Ah, it's a warehouse! Bloody Nora! I want the word out, Team 1. Prioritize firefighting. They dump us and go? Yon, come on, undo my ropes. How? I'm tied up too. Who are you? Let's go, quick. Sorry you had to run with us. You got nothing to do with this. Fine, we shook them off. Hey, Fionn, on the radio? Right here. Should be usable, just a little quiet. Quiet's good, keeps us from being found. Now listen for any word, I'll go wash my face in the pond and try to calm down. Excuse me, Valvar, you can go if it's dangerous to you. I'll point you on your way. No need, I can wait here to keep watch for you. Alright, thanks, you're a good one, truly. No nerves, Fionn, no nerves. Out of sight, out of mind. You didn't touch blood, that's not blood, it's just marshy mud. Wash it off and it'll be fine. Sigh. Ah, bollocks. Hey, you swear the stupid thing works? Oh, shush, for God's sake. Stormy can't be far away. Give it a few more knocks, then crank it. Approximate 9:30 p.m. There. Voice in the airways. A case of arson in a settlement close to County Trent. Methods resemble those of Dublin insurrectionists. 3 suspected are still on the run. Should clues on Dublin elements not report them to the authorities, considered equally guilty of these rebels. Warn you once again, the lights out bell, you are not to go inside. All areas apart from mines and factories are forbidden from the lighting any lamps whatsoever. Yeah, the totally not Britain country, Victoria, has taken a very heavy-handed approach to seize control back. I mean, the villain even villains. Well, I'm not sure if he's a villain since he wasn't someone we directly fought, but he was certainly not a good guy. From Chapter 9, he openly admitted that most are going to call him terrible for what he's doing, but he insisted that everything he did in the name of keeping the peace, which well, it's hard to feel, well, considering what he was actually doing, it's hard to fully appreciate that, but at the same time, given how bad the Dublin forces were, it's definitely a gray story, that's for sure. All areas apart from are forbidden from to stop all activities related to the insurgents. White noise. Diaball, they really broadcast nothing else past 9 p.m. Or these bloody rules and sorry, that's foul tongue for a town. Can you understand that? Yes, but that is fine. Still, I'm sorry for dragging an outsider like you into this. It's okay. Towns are quite the same no matter what they are. I once visited Skathana Fields myself. They didn't have rules about lights out back then. Oh, I'm guessing you're from a nomadic city then. Bell ringing as law has been around for years. Used to just be out on the barrens to mind whoever would tried sneaking into whatever count or viscount's hunting grounds at the dead of night. Bell rings, we sniff out the lamps, the fires go out too. If someone on the barrens lights a fire to herd beasts at this hour, you can hear it clear as day from miles away. But muck-ups like today only happened once the new rules got stricter. Those night patrol tosses see anyone in the street, they snatch him. There, Fionn, calm down. I suppose so. Where's our medicine? Are we all out? Take a guess. Shame about my fountain pen. Can't even note my own debts now. Stealing is what we're doing. Don't you think I have to make up for it with what you got? How many days have been indoors now? It's not midnight. If it's not midnight yet, it's day 12 for us. By 12 days, we've barely gotten any far. I keep thinking if only we clear up, might see chimney smoke or something from a village. We've been hounded by the army, chased the circles here. To be honest, I really think we can make it out. What happened with you two? We had a little confrontation with the patrol. They sent a warrant for us. Fionn, let me We talk, Fergal. I can feel it. This lady's a good person. The patrol came here to make arrests. They summoned everyone who had a record. And they started with the beating, so we fought back. You didn't feel, and don't give yourself credit. Okay. We hadn't done all the bad, truth be told. One family ran after they couldn't pay tax dues. Patrol's dragging all their relatives for questioning. Fergal was brewing a little moonshine just for himself. I missed some formalities while selling stuff. We just owned it properly too, whatever it was. It all got too much for us that day. It wasn't just the two of us who scampered once patrol started beating. It's 10 or so of us, all summoned that day by the army, ran at once. But if the army wants someone, there's no escaping it. That lot won't change their tune just because someone word says they're innocent. You end up killing someone. Yeah, we did two of them in. Got one straight off of, got one straight off with the hoe while they weren't on the guard, and the other we laid low in the whole scuffle. Shame to let the third one do a run, or else the army would never even know what we did. Hey, we wouldn't be in such a miserable spot if we'd had one more night of a head start. I think we could give ourselves up. I could do it alone. Just don't stand these days on the run anymore. We didn't even nab the medicine. Moran's cut's just festering away until I can't take it, really. Drop the blood idea. Do you think they'll make it take it easy? Bloody wouldn't. They'd torture you, crush your spirits. 2 minutes of someone like you, they get everything about us pouring out. Got no meds, tortured by sickness. That torture's all the same, right? Are you short of medicine? Ah, we were sent out to rustle up some more, I'd say. They're waiting for us, a decent ways back somewhere. We were here planning to buy it, honest. But we knew in our heads the shops would shut the moment the lights out sounded. We'd never make it in time beforehand. So we got a rough idea when the patrol changes shift, and we smashed through a shop window. Thought they wouldn't notice around then. Guess they did. I'm guessing you're from the city. What brought you out in a desolate place? I'm searching for such things. Do you know about the Dublin? Yes, I understand. I have some anti-hero magics and bandages on me, actually. Mr. Fiona, I saw you were hurt. We should sort that out. Oh, it's nothing big, really, but if you're willing to share a bit of medicals, that'd be fair play. My mates have fought worse. I'd bring them to them if that's okay. They got hit by gloom pincers. Oh, in that case, I can go with you. That way, we have footprints in the mud leading the way. It's a tower all behind the arse, and they're here, no doubt. Quick, hide. It's a whole unit, half dozen. They're shining the torches this way. Quick, bend down, come this way, you got solid ground. Alright, these soldiers wouldn't dare to move too fast with the mosh. Quiet. And I can hear your teeth clattering. A torch flashes over them. Reed grips the spear tight. Metal warming hotter and hotter. A Dublin soldier, I guess? Oh, that shite! How come you lot get torches? Pisses me off just saying ya. Dublin! Get her! She's got info, no. Get me! You're her. Poosh, what are you slinging mud for? We gotta help her, don't be a coward. Alright, okay. Ha! Couple of fresh boys don't take much to sort out. Hey, Fionn Fergal, you made her right. I'm his heir, didn't you? You would've kicked the bucket if I didn't come looking, no? Oh yeah, you saved our skins, all thanks to you. See, all this smashing and looting business may be beyond me. Wait, what are you doing, Solomon? You have to knock them out. You're not gonna kill them all. Are we gonna be more guilty for that? Same difference. Doesn't matter how guilty if they're after a tower and you get taken in, you're not coming out alive. Makes a difference in my head. Oh, coward, you watch. I'm gonna do all these crime bastards right in. Stop. Do not do that. And who do you think you are? Ah, what's the staring for? Gotta be a little telltale? Just you try? No, you're not even part of Dublin. Why are you dressed like that? Why are you copying the Spectre Force's methods? And on what basis did you claim that? You some Dublin know-it-all? Calm now, Selman. She's just a doctor. Doing a run with us just now. I think she's a good soul. Told her about us. Right, doctor. What you said about taking a look at her wound, is that still valid? Selman asked you to cool it. We mucked up. We didn't get the medicine. This doctor says she can help us, and that's all we can rely on right now. Leave me out of this. Seems the doctor here recognized my clothes. Sorry, doctor. Still want to try and help you. At all possible? Fire can be useful in cauterizing wounds and such. Ah, the gimmick for the event. Alright, what exactly are we dealing with for this event's gimmick? I have not looked up too much about this event, so I'm genuinely unsure. Wet Earth. Stay alert, folks. We'll be simulating a swamp environment this time. Enemy sniper spotted. Support requested. Hey, where did Cruz go?
I won't sleep on the job.
Right here. Leave these enemies to me. Reed beds give operators camo, giving you an edge in battle. Operators with camouflage will not be targeted by normal attacks as long as they're not blocking. But this will not help them to avoid splash damage.
Here I am.
Ah, my feet got caught in the mud. Be careful of marshes. They will slow enemies and reduce their attack speed as they pass through it, but our attack speed will be affected as well. I'll protect the others. Let's get the job done. Ah, so there's going to be a bigger focus on range combat in this event. Reads that units cannot be placed
There you
in.
are.
Reads operators within. Ah, so these can be on ground tiles as well. Ooh, a new enemy type. Something doesn't seem right about this one. They appear to be dead bodies under the control of Originating Arts. Be careful. Wait, so these are reanimated corpses. This is not the first time we've had to deal with those, but that doesn't make them any less of a problem. That means the enemy has a lot more productive things they can do with the dead than we can. So they can keep their numbers going, is what I mean. Well, let's after the mask. They leave behind Originium Ember when defeated, which will resurrect them if not cleared quickly. Embers do not deal damage even when we are in contact, but they do have invisibility and must be attacked several times in order to remove them. Understood. I'll stop them here. What about the other side? I'll be there soon.
There you are. It's safe here. Take
I might want to bring Totter if we're going to be dealing with foes that have innate invisibility. I actually did just unlock his module before doing the event, so should be in good shape there.
We won? Thank goodness for that.
Actually, I probably should put Malantha in the reeds and then use the Cardigan as a blocker. But nonetheless, that's good to know. These early ones are easy, so let's go with the rabbits first. See how well that works out for me. Leave your account book alone already. What, gonna wait a few days and go selling stuff out of your boot again? Oh, that's never happening. Just whenever I do something shameful, I feel, the need to make a note. Doctor's a smart store. She knew you'd gotten hurt on first blush, even. She's not blaming you, that's because she forgives you. Oh, but she said she wasn't a doctor. She just learned a little first aid working somewhere they sell medicine. That's what she led us through treating our wounds. I know she's telling the truth. If you ask me, she's not your normal doctor, no, but there's no chance she's just some pharmacy worker. She had a full suite of medicine with her, out there in the wastes. That's a little strange. Did you know what she had in that box of hers? You're a business type. Guess how much it was worth? I didn't look properly. Can't be thinking of stealing luggage from the person who saved us, right? Oh, no, 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 I'm just asking. Got any more bread there? Not much. Give me a little... Damn it. Doctor. No, sorry. No, I don't like being called that. Do you want some bread? What are you reading there? It's just an old Terran poetry collection. Oh, it's in Terran. I never knew much, even less when it's written, I suppose. Want to sit down here? I won't mind. Alright, actually, I've been meaning to thank you last night. All I did was give you some medicine. The things I ought to do, cleaning wounds, bandaging, but I still can't do them that well. That's fine, I wouldn't even dare touching the wound myself, scared living daylights. I want to say it was if you hadn't set the fire off, it might not even have escaped fire. Oh no, that wasn't me. It's just passing by. Alright, if you say so, it must have just been a coincidence. Dublin my ass. Those army lot will call anyone who disobeys them a Dublin member. We're a lost cause. Good people like you shouldn't have to bear such a heavy guilt. Do you hate Dublin very much? I couldn't say. I'll give you a word of warning, seeing as I'm from the city. For the past while, Dublin's people have been around these parts, where they ran into one lot of Victoria's army, and not a single of those Victorians survived. That upset the lords of the city fierce, so they transferred the whole thing of soldiers to Trent, seizing people all over the Skatana fields, burnt several villages down too. You really shouldn't have saved us, truth be told. We're not worth it. I don't care for other people's lives. I wouldn't have achieved what I agreed with Rhodes Island. Sorry, you're talking a little too quiet, actually. Ooh. No, it's nothing. I'm already aware of some of what you told me. I'll be careful on the way. Are you going to be going now? It's a day now. It's day now. Why don't you just show me the way? Alright, I understand. Sounds like you sort of speaking Victorian so finely. I know you don't like to talk with us much. Huh. Have you seen Kara? A woman about this tall, tail swings around when she walks. No? Could you look for her on these parts, Doctor? She hasn't come back since last night. Selman, what's got you? Ah, Pheon! Come on here and help us out. Right. Alright, bagpipe I gave the TF2 demo man voice. Oh, we got a signal here. Doesn't that mean we went to the wrong direction again? Looks like it. The comms facilities around here, which indicates they haven't advanced upon these parts yet. Anyone in Rhodes Island? Basically the same as what the news says. Arson committed by a small group of Dublin soldiers in Redridge village last night, burning down a building in the barracks. The said soldiers don't seem to have fled into these barrens. The rest is all invalid info. It just so happens every nomadic city's been far from these barrens of the past month. Our field operators haven't reported anything unusual either. Only seen what mark of the battles left behind. We can't even determine the scale of it. We can only tell one thing. There's a massive disparity between the two sides' power. It seems they made short work of that whole unit of Victorian soldiers. Bagpipe, are you even listening? Eh? Your parts are installed in the wrong orientations. I can tell you're getting distracted again. Wow, Jen, I didn't know you knew pile driver speeder assembly too. Took me forever studying to actually remember how you maintain one. Never fully got my head around the assembly. I was just thinking, why does Hughes always sound like somebody else in his letters? Doesn't make much sense bringing it up, but that's fine. I always trust your intuition to be on the mark. Feel like there's always something he wants to say, but doesn't dare to. It's like how last time we went to see him, it's like he was being watched. Hello, Panda. Welcome to the stream. I was originally planning to do some FGO tonight, but then Arknights had its new event drop, and I figured, you know what? Let's do the event. Oh, that's exactly it. That proves we're not on the wrong track. The intel Hughes gave us was accurate enough so to put the enemy on guard. The army can't hide their march route, but there's some leaked hint of how raw materials are flowing for war purposes. Over the past months, few Dublin units we've marked have converged on this area. The outer ports of Trent, in this uninhabited zone. Oh yeah. I end up having to spend a pretty quartz penny to get him, but you might see him next time I stream that game. As for this one, I did go a little bit for Harmony, because you just can't get that level of smug from anyone else in the game. But, you'll see shortly. Polls did not go as well. Kadusina, 3 o'clock. Dublin soldier. Same is back in County Airlock. It is the Spectral Force. Come on, after that, there's something strange about them. Just a few of them. It's like they're standing guard. Are they just bait? Not necessarily. They're reminding me of something. Don't underestimate them. We'll approach carefully.
Listen, everyone. Stay calm. On alert.
Injections ready. Prepare for battle.
Gains invisibility while in reads. They're not even going to reach that far, I can assure you of that. Let's get Air Scarp here. Let's get Ami up
My
here.
sword is cloaked in sea
This will also increase the whole team's attack stats here.
Ready to heal.
Sadly, there's no new bunnies even in the home server, unfortunately. So I'm gonna be waiting a good while. I should probably put a Savage behind here so that there's backup.
Oh, is it Mudhead? You're going.
There we are. Read alter makes SSS look weak. There's a lot of units that can make SSS look weak. I probably should have done it more, but honestly, I just plain am not having fun with it. I just get all my module materials from events like this one. Oh, and what's going on with these soldiers? Oh, they go down without putting up a proper fight, and they don't even react to us yelling. They're already dead. They've been dead for over 48 hours. Chinch, and another copper, but you're not mistaken when you see things, but these people are clearly standing before we knock them down, right? I saw a kind of arts among reunions ranks that can control other people, but this and that don't resemble each other at all. If Rhodes Island's bunny was here, she might be able to feel out the difference better than I am. Yeah, when we fought in the Lungman part for the main story, we also saw reanimated corpses, but this seems to be a completely different mechanic. That kind of arts refuted emotion and thought. It took living Sarkis warriors and wore them down to walking weapons. These Dublin soldiers are dead without a doubt. There's just some intense emotion still burning, even after they've died. Burning? It's just a feeling. If this arts had a definite form, if I had used my Shizao to cut through it, I imagine I'd be cutting through a fireball. Oh wait, I've seen... purple flames. Strange purple flames burning in the eyes of dead soldiers. I saw the arts you've described, but back in County Illick. I haven't seen it since... not once all this time. Chen, we're almost there, aren't we? That caster leading the Spectre Force in County Hillock. She's got to be here around here somewhere. I'll never forget how she looked. I'm dead sure I'll recognize her if I see her again. And when I do, I can find out the truth about Dublin. Right. Come then, we need to get asking around. Villagers, caravans who pass by. We'll find them even if they're not the Spectres for real. Phew. Troll came brutally fast. It's lucky we got good eyes on us. Ah, do you think those Victorian Egypts say hello before they come snatching? You lot move ahead, I'll take a proper count. Been worried we left somebody behind that'll have panic just now. Oh, where's the doctor? Nobody fetch her? Didn't she say she was off by herself this morning? I'm not minding her business. Besides, it's not going to be an issue if Victorian soldier nabs her, right? She's not wanted. Look, she is. We got her involved in all this last night. It was dark out and they probably didn't catch her face, but how many Volvera do you see around here? Well, if you can't help her, what's the point in fretting the whole day? Wait, hold on. Charon's here. Selman, you did that on purpose. You lied to her saying we'd lost track of a friend, and she could go looking. Why? She was kind enough to save us, share medicine, and you just left her for the army to snap up? Oh, I don't get it. We live by to track attention. That gives us a safe gateway for the time being. She won't say much vital even if she's caught. She doesn't even know which way we're going, let alone the fact we're working for Dublin. She could die then. Yeah, she went off alone. She'll return to the patrol sooner or later. She would have taken all of her luggage when we had the chance. Wouldn't fall in the scumbag's hand, at least. But her choice, Phil. I did not see her face when she saw me. She knew Dublin, but never had no kindness for it, and she spoke standard Victorian. Her swords hate us more than the real Victorians do. Can't swallow that. I trust my intuition for people. I mean, if that's the case, she didn't have to help you guys, you know? Relax, madam. I'm not familiar. What's going on here? I know, you're not a Dublin ally. You just panicked, got mixed up with these insurrectionists. You've killed Dublins. You understood that. We're not mistaken then. There's very few Vori around here. There are no Terran. What that? Where did that Dublin soldier take you last night? They're not Dublin. They don't have anything to do with Dublin either. I've never killed anyone from Dublin before. You must have gotten something wrong. You can be honest here. You won't pay for it, so you don't need to fear it. The land around here has been under strict surveillance by the barracks. The Marquess of Trent has no plans to dither like some nobility has, letting Dublin stir up flames all over the place. That's why we could even tell who you were. Residents of the village close to Trent City Way reported news of Dublin the barracks a few days ago. The soldiers, before they could attack the village, were all felled by white-haired Vavari. Would we be able to turn on the tap, so to speak? We'd like to query your identity, motive, as well as last night's arson, which had similarities to Dublin's MO. Hold it. Are you trying to flee? Stop her. She's scared of going on record. There's something afoot with her. She broke my saber. Wait, what kind of strength does she... Told you everything I can tell you. Please leave. It'll be for the best for us. Must be of a kind with those wretches who are so protective. Bulbous Tower rob a lot of you. Fire. A few bolts aren't enough to kill Vivar, so suppress her first. Sadly, they did not realize she has unlocked the power of Ultra Instinct. Why do you hate them so much? You're a Terran yourself. Shut up, you're not to address me with that word. Anyone who spoke Terran since childhood is a Terran. I've certainly never heard of the Terran people when I was young. If you're one of those who repelled the Dublins, you should get in your head that Terran's just an excuse of a moniker those bandits use to destroy the Order. Once you do, you draw a clean line between yourself and them. It was the erosion of the Terrans by Victoria's vain stylings that led so many to fall to banditry. Mentor told me this many years ago. There's many parallels you could draw with other nations that the totally not UKers done with compared to the actual UK, but well, let's be honest here. These days, it's a lot easier to list what countries haven't rebelled against the UK at one point in their history. Reed having Ultra Instinct. Sorry. Ah, hesitating. You're even scared of stabbing people with your pike there. Are you looking down on me? Is that it? No, I'm just trying to not be an asshole. It was because in an instant they'd become Ashpon Barons. Go, Loshini. If you don't want what you do to be discovered, then the best way is to dispose of all eyewitnesses. Yeah, the story really hyped up Reed Lancer for as powerful as she was supposed to be. Lancer, Reed Vanguard for being really powerful. And honestly, she's kind of a massive disappointment in terms of a unit. I guess it says a lot they decided they'd rather just give her an alt rather than try and find a way to buff the original version. Do that. Captain! Retrieve the captain. Report this. Request backup. It's okay. They won't catch up to me. I'll be leaving this place very soon. I know the speed at which the Victorian army mobilizes. This is far from wrong to do. Who's there? She thrusts her spear forth in vigilance. Its point hovers over some shrubbery. It's me, it's me. Oh, it came back to help her. I'm not gonna hurt you. Yes, I'm very well aware of the county Trent won't be changing its entire course just for a single order, which is why we're willing to push back the delivery date and wait for the nomadic city to come closer. Of course, only mines with royal approval could provide originium fuel of such high purity, hence my being so very thankful for the Marquess of Trent's friendly attitude towards us. I imagine we're all very happy with this business partnership. Yeah, Harmony the smug cat. Unfortunately, she's never came home, so therefore I'm very angry at her. Your secretary has left with a signed contract, Mr. Hughes. He'll deliver back in the office. Please, I ask you to trust him to properly handle such a vital agreement. No, I don't doubt his management capabilities, but rather, doesn't it imply you have more pressing matters to discuss with me personally than the contract? After all, you did choose a secluded little getaway, dismissed your servants too. Quite right, it's no surprise you'd surmise. Ah! I've had all these arrangements out specifically to convey my good faith to you. My wish is that our ensuing conversation will be founded on our mutual friendship. From our time studying at the guard together. How funny you should remember that name. Ah, well, you do know how famous she was at the ball. Oh my, does it not make sense that her type would topple over and not get up while dead drunk in some godforsaken place? Yes, I trust the vast majority have forgotten all about her. Whether it was a true accident, some other party's orchestration, everyone knew not to stick their noses into it. I must thank you so lavishly, feigning surprise. My surprises happen to contain a kernel of sincerity. Bringing up a name that vanished from the school, a name with no record anywhere in Victoria of existing. You're practically bidding specters to come. You're not wrong. Let me be bold. Why might I ask could you contact me of your own accord? I'm no more than a minor aristocrat making minor deals with all the mercantile breath. I couldn't do anything about the info you've hinted at. Miss Informant, are you looking to circumvent your higher-ups to please your own soul ambitions, or are you... If you hadn't made full sense of this conversation, it wouldn't do me any more favors to continue playing the fool, would it? The gist of it is, I'm here specifically, given our precious time studying the Royal Guard, to offer you, and the two have been searching for the Spectre Force this whole time, a little warning. You knew. Yes, of course, I knew who they came to see you. Plus, you helped pursue a batch of originium shipped County Hillock half a year ago. Some people would say you've let slip a little too much. I understand how sensitive your position is and how multifaceted your responsibilities. Rest assured, I would never leak any of this classified information to anyone. As those two rash students, I'll give them a tact warning to quit while they're ahead, and I'll leave your staff a little head start in their investigation into your order's whereabouts. Appreciate your kindness. Being the paltry merchant I am, I fear I shouldn't be privy to too much. No, please, drop the humbleness. After all, you're the vice chair of your commerce coalition. I would think the Earl that backs you would very much care about any info you gather doing business. Is the Iron Duke really so worth depending on, given his sheer science up to now? You know, it's about time we decided where he stood. Armani, you're not telling me you're victorious. Just who are you serving? Mr. Hughes, I'll be very happy to receive the contents of our next contract from you. Sooner rather than later. Oh yeah, gotta love all that smugness energy she's emanating. Radiating. Whatever the right word is. Sorry, I'm really not here to hurt you. Please don't touch me. I couldn't will myself to come out now, I just didn't help you. What am I on about? Good enough with your spear to knock a soldier on a swing or two, hardly needing anyone else to help you. Should have withdrawn by now. Guessed as much. So they leave you behind too? They shouldn't. They wouldn't. You can't fight. You'd get caught. But you're a traitor and here, so you know so many people. If they treat you unjustly, you have too many methods that you could retaliate with. No, I was actually running back to bring you along so you could flee with us. I know I'm a little late for that. I was feeling guilty. I was scared of running to the army. I just kept arguing with myself and now I'm late. Good thing you could fight at least. The army couldn't get their hands on you. Please say something. You're frightening me. You really are. I am. Why? Oh, look, she's genuinely surprised at that. I really don't know how to apologize in any way that makes it better. Honestly, they're a kind bunch usually. It's just these days have driven us mad. Say anything. It's fine. I don't mind. Think of me like reeds growing in the roadside. I won't poison you or crush you. At most, you'll feel a little stinging. Who would mind such a white lie? You say that with your hurt written all over your face. Oh, do I look hurt? You don't need to worry about me. You do need to flee, however, quickly. After last night's fire, the army will be sure to transfer more people from the city and search the wilds here. Right, of course. One more thing, actually. It's a little hard for me to say. I know you're telling us to run, but the past dozen so days you've been hounded by army this way. It looks like beasts in a hunting ground. Those are going in circles. We can't shake them. If I ask you one more favor, please help us. Escort us so we can catch the carrier truck that saves our lives. Harmony does seem to have a lot more going on than just being a minion of Dublin. Alright, let's go through here then. Fisher, urgent correspondence from the Viscount. Fisher? Boy, pondering the same question for ages again? Apologies. While your mind has gone walkies in the jigsaw puzzle, that Harmony felines continue to act without pause right in here in County Trent. Fisher, I assure you my mind has not wandered, and surveillance of her has not slacked an inch. The way you act tells me the investigation's not made much headway. If surveillance watching this stretch proves she's still loyal to her duty in Victoria, I'll be happy if we catch a traitor. I've never seen you happy, period. After the failure of the last op, I thought I wouldn't see you in this office again. Don't put it that way. The op itself wasn't a failure. Any results in the hospital? Acute infection, active originium shards, abundant in wounds. Of course, my condition's under control now. The occasional headaches will not impact my activities. Ah, so whatever his op before, he was technically able to complete it, but he got infected with originium at the same time, which is very unfortunate for him. That said, I haven't reported the diagnosis to the superiors yet. I consider myself as still able to pursue the investigation to Harmony, not to mention nobody would want to take over the scraps of info in this region. There's a true goal behind these smoke bombs, and I have a duty to find it out. And I assure I will maintain distance from all others during this period. My experience handling emergency situations, you didn't even need to add the last part. We, the Special Forces, continue supporting your investigation as long as the City Hall still lets you in. Not gonna say thanks. Ah, never mind that. I'm just cracking a joke. Trying to untense your muscles for once, you know? I'll find some time to read the Viscount's letter, okay? Invitation card, I see. Usually the welfare joins it around mission 4, so I'll take a look at the quest to see if he joins then. Should be a regular one, so we should get him right away. Stu, where are you gonna take us? We can't keep wandering the waste. There's no settlements along the way you're pointing us. Forget picking berries in places lifeless as this, let alone hunting wild beasts. Besides, you don't know if the rain's going to pelt us with stones one day. No catastrophe messenger ever heads through here. I don't know exactly how many days it takes to cross the marsh. Food-wise, we plunder a Victorian caravan, job's done. Oh, and that doctor's got enough medicine for us. She's not a doctor, and she's headed to a town herself. We agreed she'd part ways after escorting us to one. What do you take us her for? A personal first aid kit? Everyone's got to throw everything they have in with you. Well, lives included, all because you want to be a little bit selfish, yeah? Am I wrong? Oh, shut up, Fionn. If you got a problem, why don't you go yourself? You think you can handle that? Cowards don't survive. Someone. Oh, Reed. You know how much I hate your nickname? It's like rocks and mud all over the ground. I don't even know if I'm talking to you or the grass walk by. Ha ha ha. You two arguing? I have to tell you something. We can't go to Tulla's village. The airwaves just said the army suspects two factories that are secretly producing supplies for Dublin. They drove off a bunch of people and a whole clash sparked off. We'll keep heading the direction for now. Forget catching the carrier. We'll probably get seized the moment we approach the village. It's a miracle we got someone capable of helping us. Just barely made it out there. I say like he'll flag down the carrier and good days will come pass. Escape from factory into a mine somewhere else until one day, a lucky day, a truck takes you somewhere other than Tara. You think that'll be a cakewalk? I know of a lot who fled that way. We saw them leave, that's all, because their village up in smoke, because they couldn't put up crops around a wasteland. That's why they left. And you don't even know where they went. They finished up, or if they did alive or dead. And you don't even know where Tara is, or how far you'll go before you escape. Do you even know where Tara is, or how far to go before you've escaped? They've never shown that on a map. Stop trying to scare me with all these. Does it make you right just because I can't answer? Good, I'll go talk to the old acquaintance here. I'm borrowing some dry rations. Like all that babbling you do is gonna conjure up enough food to feed us dozens tomorrow. He's very hurt. Nah, shit, he doesn't like telling lies, but he has to come up with some porkies if he wants to borrow stuff. I'll be back, I can repay you, things like that. I'll go and help him. You talk too much like those Victorian officers from other parts. They don't trust you. Or you're just that good at lying. I just don't like having to rob others, that's all. I don't like your selfishness either. The greatest lie of them all. Yeah, she's probably just acting in a way. Probably claims. Yeah, so yeah. Basically, she's just acting selfish to try and protect the people she cares about. She's going about it in a very poor way, however. It could get them into more trouble, but it's hard to gauge that when you're on the run, you know? Not exactly the best mental state to be in, to be making such important decisions in, but you have to all the same, you know? Reminds me of the events of Stormblood in Final Fantasy XIV. But I don't want to get too deep into that. You sure your friend said he saw the Dublin around here? Why else wouldn't we be passing through here? What's spreading among the caravans? Everyone's opting to go a long way just to avoid this belt. Wouldn't have even come here if you hadn't vowed so solemnly we'd be fine. But almost to our destination. We haven't seen a thing yet. It did happen some days ago. There's a chance they're further off by now. What I heard was Dublin were scrambling on their way, so much they'd never even turn back to properly look at my friend's caravan. Oh, how many heads did he count? What direction did they head off in? That way to the inhabited waste. As for how many, he said he couldn't count properly, and didn't dare to either. They've got no reason to lie to you, madams. They've got nothing to fear at all, save those armed Dublin bastards and your average Terran hoodlums. Poor places are always crawling with bandits, what have you. We have security measures in place, I can guarantee you that. Well, yeah, but the thing is, those places usually have bans and stuff simply because those people don't have any other way to get by. And contrary to what the rich elites seem to be thinking in this, people don't turn to banditry because it's fun. They typically do so because it's their last desperate attempt to stay alive. The time we found at County Oak Grove was mitigating far in his caravans after course through here. I'd already spent a hefty sum arming my people. Hold on a minute, Chin Chin. Over here, huh? There's someone dressed a lot like Dublin here. Bye, I tell you, the next task ordinance they just announced, it's murder. None of us were so hard up on time before. Dang. Yeah, careful about taxing your places too much, Victoria. The U.S. is basically split up because the tax they were forced to pay was just way too much, and they didn't have any say in whether or not it happened to them. That's a whole led to the whole Boston Tea Party and all that, which was one of the big parts that led to the American Revolution. Beyond for Madam, I'd like to be able to help you, but I'm living on pennies these days too. You can laugh if you want. On one hand, you want to feed a dozen or so a meal each. That's not nothing. On the other hand, you got all these people with working limbs and working energy. You're best coming up with your own solution. They've been sounding lights out for years on the Skathana fields exactly to hold off the starving, to stop us from stealing a noble's prey, right? A Fafo gives a toss what rules when you're starving for real. When you're just counting purely on others to help your need, I'd say you're more eating your head off. No, never. They're all law-abiders. Come on, that's what I'm even asking for a bite to eat on their behalf. Maybe I can do something if you got collateral. Sorry, Fionn, but verbal guarantees don't do this now. A book? That's not gonna do it, ma'am. I'm sure I not even trust this to prop up my bed. Hello, is anyone in? Is that... Don't answer. That sick woman here is begging again. Does me in. You open the door for her, she'll be leaning the frame, talking her head off for an hour straight. Being on the frame, she's an infected. I'm scared she's gonna have my house's door frame glowing stones. Baffin all those bloody beggars. I thought last winter they might have all starved to death. Didn't they call it ill, but who asked them to loiter all over the pestering people? One sec, that voice. It couldn't be, but I wouldn't mistake it. Yeah, do you recognize her? I don't know. Best not peek from the window. There's the sounds of fighting. Is somebody driving the infected away? No, it's from the highway outside the village. Oh, God, see what I said? That's what starving people do. They start bashing each other. Zip people in with hope. Eventually, they're gonna get so desperate they'll smack those plowshares into swords, so to speak. That is, convert their farming equipment into actual weapons. Stop waiting. We dust around anymore and the caravan's gonna pass. I'm willing to bet Fion's not getting us food this time. Laughing stock, he makes himself asking. He doesn't even realize it. Those Victorians sneer at us day in, day out. What's a single bit of robbery of us to them? Weren't we gonna join Dublin and fight the Victorians anyway? But Reed might get angry with us doing something like this. Lador, shouldn't we loot while we still have the energy to fight? We wouldn't want to wait until our heads are spinning before we do it. This is the first caravan we've seen. Who knows when the next chance will come? Then maybe we can rinse Reed to bring them with us. Then at least our chance of winning are better. Enough, stop bringing her up. What we're doing has nothing to do with her. Are you gonna count on our foreigner saving us forever? Whoa, we're doing this. I mean, who said forever? They just said help us, ask if she'll help us rob this thing. I mean, I don't agree with it, but it's also just one quote-unquote job. In what way does that need to be permanent? An unlucky reunion.
Look at the map and figure out your route before we get in there. This is experience talking.
Crap. Alright, let me think. The operators here have no protection, but I might be able to pull something off. Thing is, with rabbits, you only get one healer, and that's, Ansel. And he's only 3 stars, so don't even bother trying to put too much pressure on him. I guess I might as well go with Savage here then. Starting to wonder if maybe I should take the option of allowing Sora into a rabbit team as long as she's in her E2 artwork, simply because that's another healer. Not a particularly amazing one, mind you. She's supposed to be a buffer, but well, she's a launch operator, and you can probably guess the jankiness that comes with that.
On alert!
Please hold on.
You won't sleep on the job. Take aim. There you are.
Here, easy enough. Luckily, it's usually around mission 3 or 4 that the rabbits start running out of steam, so I'm not too worried.
Here I am. Is this a good spot?
That's interesting. Are these guys buffed? Ah, they're buffed while in the soil. Good to know.
Put me to good use. Okay? Sure.
They haven't even hit me yet. Hello, Ellie. Welcome to the stream. Bonk. Yeah. Bonk. I have to look into that for something for a potential redeem option. I just need to look into VTube Studio a bit more, see what the neat interactions come on. Arc friends? Oh, sure, if you want to add me. Let me get past this and I can bring up my friend code here. Damn Tarans, hell's bloody bells. Cut him down, teach him a lesson, let him know for laying hands on other people's stuff again. Right you are, teach the Tarans a lesson. You hear that, you bloody rabble? My arm wants to put us Tarans to death. Haha, get them, we'll blast these in. You'll see who it is who dies. Where did she... Well, you realize you're in the middle of attacking their caravan, right? I think they might be a little justified in being pissed off at you. Grr. Fall back! What are you using the sheath for? I paid you in cash. Shape on act proper. The scabbard's enough. If you try anything else, I'll hold it off too. Besides, Bagpipe and I are just traveling. We're not your hired guards. Don't get it twisted. Yeah, they have no possible way of beating Chen. Ah, you monsters, and that loon with a spear. Looks like what we heard before is true. Your average caravans don't dare cross through here. So you're the leader. Your clothes are an eyesore. Look, Miss Chen, we're moving. Scared all of a sudden. I thought you were going to teach us Terran's a lesson. I thought you were still going to teach us Terran's a lesson. You'll be Inspector Force, you damn maniacs. They were right. You run these specters anywhere you Terrans are. That's right. You don't even need to piss us off. Just get sight of us, and you'll be slaughtered to a man. Really? After pursuing the Spectre Force with my friend for this long, I've got an idea of how they should seem. Ma'am, take your caravan out here as fast as possible. Bagpipe and I will hold these bandits off. Pursue the Dublin forces afterwards on our own. We won't be troubling you again. Fine, fine. Damn it all. Still feel like chasing? Cough, cough. Can we get that as a Chen skin? We're still also missing the Victoria skin for Amiya, which is also a very dapper outfit. Someone, think of anything. We need to catch those bastards and do them in. Forget the blaze supplies. If they scarp, they'll report it. An army dossier. Think I'm too thick to figure that out? You're fully aware of the force you're packing cannot overcome my sword. That's why just now you tried to bluff to scare us off. What are you doing? You have some plan, right? No wonder you keep wearing this outfit. Even with all this risk it brings you, you want to be this group's leader. Smack. Ugh. Alright, I only gave it a light knock. Your head'll just be spinning for a bit, that's all. I tested plenty while saving hostages. I won't mess up. Oh, it are out. I used too much strength, or have you not eaten for days? Really? Oh, I'm sorry, but well, it's not right to loot either. Hey, you're not springing me. The instant the pike comes out, Bagpipe blocks. After the both step back, after seeing who it is, Bagpipe's eyes widen. Reed? Are your wounds okay? Are you alright? What are you doing out here? Wait, are you part of this robbery too? I can't just let you go then. No, I just wasn't in time to stop them. Regardless, I don't want them to be hurt. I don't want them to be captured either. Ooch. Out here on the same mission, it looks like then. No need to eye me that way carefully now. Whether Victorian salesman or Rose Island operator, we can't be harming civilians. Me and Jinjin are intermediate and all. I say that, but I'm sorry. I think my strength is a little much for the average folk. How about I help carry the unconscious someplace shady to rest? Were they headed for this village? Please, I beg you, leave. This conflict is diffused. Say all you like, I'm still gonna help. You got something on your mind from the looks of it, nah? Alright, not keen on speaking still, eh? They'll never let me visit you at Rhodes Island, and tell me why either. Best I could guess is you didn't want to be reminded of County Hillock. What are you doing out in these parts? And also, looks like you've been lost in the Barrens for days now. What's your mission even? Want me and Chen Chen to come with you? Or is there so much I want to ask you, my brain's going haywire. No, it's alright. Just happen to be invited by the people here to escort them. In the past, I'd operate alone in the country for very long stretches. The dangers of the wild don't mean much to me. Also, I'm not here on a mission from Rhodes Island. I'm doing some things related to Dublin. Ah, no wonder. Me and Chen Chen doing the same. Must be why we ran into each other. You're so wounded back in County Hillock. Dublin must weigh nothing like nothing else on you too. There's a person in Dublin who changed my fate, so I want to see if I can still recover something from there. Whether it relieves the pain they bring or brings peace for myself. That's amazing. We were coming this way with the caravan looking for a Dublin unit showing up here in recent. Don't know why, but when I saw you, it gave me the shock of my life. Thank goodness you lot in Dublin aren't tied up. Say, I've got to have a talk with Chen Chen. Maybe we'll postpone the mission a few days. I bet she's just as willing to help these people out. Okay, so yeah, this takes place after the first story arc, so Chen's officially a Rhodes Island member, no longer Lungman. How many people did I just have now? Do I just now have shadowing me as I enter this parlor? Take a guess. The Brigader. I have no interest in the act you put on in the midst of Victorians and Terrans. Then I really should thank you for the pains you took, rushing here to County Trent, drawing all the attention. I thought you'd spend a lot longer harboring yourself in the army. With the leader's plans progress to the stage, there's no real difference between my identity as part of Duke and Wellington's guard and that as an officer of Dublin. Seeing as how you have Castor's people surveilling you, they must have long gained possession of that information. We have little nibbles of Dublin's forces cropping up outside the cities, and the major rumors of Dublin force passing through, all just to put on a show for them. Sprinkle in a few mysterious trade orders, and now even the gossiping merchants know the Iron Duke has some design or other for the city. Everyone's quietly making the rounds, frantically guessing what the Duke is borrowing Trent as a stage for. Very much as the leader expected. Yes, if they'd realized our true aim too soon, every Duke learned of the leader's resolution in advance, I fear Oak Grove's outskirts would be the same in the same merry state Londinium is. S Hey, are they more scared of the Sarkas or of the Terrans? Trying to pit the Terrans against Sarkaz? You have no such right to make jokes, Phelan of Victoria. I hear the spy is dead. Yes, and we've had access to far less intel from inside Londinium ever since. It really is a shame. It's not just the sarcasm there, you have some fairly interesting powers in hibernation. Your impulsiveness will ruin your plans, I've said as much before. Impulsiveness? My, scant few would ever think that of me. You should perish thoughts of offering Mandragora's survival. She was used by the elocutionists to try and fracture Dublin. She was meant to die in County Elk along with those 6 traitors. Mandragora was the one the spy most trusted. Executing her before confirming if the spy had turned his coat, well, that would not have been a very wise move. Excuses. Even if it wasn't worth myself or you in person, the task of supporting the spy should have gone to someone more dependable. Oh? Come to speak of us. You never sat well with me. Don't you find it such good news that I've never had the chance to kill you? Meaningless glib blather. Can't be acting so rashly before the Duke and leader have made their final decision. If you can discern the importance of Londinium intel, then of course I can. But whether we ultimately march on Londinium or not, that is still an unknown variable. Hinging upon our progress and collaborating with the Duke? Of course. Why else would I be so busy on my feet right now? I still remember the Enclave campaign 4 years ago, how bitterly we awaited the result of our partnership with the nobles. And meanwhile, all our errant representatives were circling thousands of kilometers out, patiently pulling through several weeks just to tell the Duke one thing. Harmony, you'd best stand on the leader's side. Or else. Mandragora isn't dead. I can't stop investigating I can't stop investigating your whim to assist her. But she's still alive. Oh, you mean that dear, pitiful Lotiony? We cannot have a repeat of the elocutionist conspiracy in County Hillock. Each day she lives a threat to Dublin and the leader. Leaders assign control of her whereabouts to you. Don't let your personal considerations affect you any further, Harmony. You have little leeway left to fail. Oh, you do fantasize far too much about the emotional life of a professional spy. Fine, you can stop boring me into me with one of your eyes, Brigader. Unless you want to help by applying my makeup, I do have a dinner party to attend. Not bad feeling, just like back then. I always think you're a bit useless, but then every time you get something done. What use is borrowing a bit of rations going to do? These two Victorians, yeah, they say they'll go for the city to replace anything we don't need. Sort you lot out with batons for self-defense. Should you be happy about getting a decent weapon? Fine, just listen to a little radio, check if they're broadcasting about merchants being looted. Maybe those cowards are scared Dublin will get back at them. Maybe not even report it at all. Fion, why are you peering at back there? That infected handful, they've been following us a fair distance since we left the village. Still, surprising they've kept up with us going this fast, and with their sick legs and children to carry. Right, must be murder on them coming with us. I'm worried for Morin. Her eyes went bad in that famine a few years back. She can't see in the dark. Now with the lights out happening, there's not even a single lamp left on. Oh, no, it's light of here. So can I ask what they're doing following us? Do we look like some kind of rescue team? I don't know. It's probably the clothes you're wearing. Look, aside from me, everyone regards you like you're a real member of Dublin. Everyone knows Dublin's good to the Torrents. Simple as that. See them? Oh, you made me jump. Your voice sounds a little quivery. You alright? It wouldn't be bad to have more people standing on guard duty. It'll be easier to avoid the patrols. I'll bring them with me.
It'd be a waste to leave all that good stuff here. The enemy doesn't need it anyway, right?
You know what? I'm with the rope on that. Let's go take those items with us. Oh, and you want to see my friend code if you want to add me. Sure. I'll have to wait to accept until after the stream, but yeah. Okay, so yeah, if you want anyone watching the stream wishes to add me, we can have it here. I switch around my supports for a while, but as you can see, I usually favor supports in particular. So if you need charging from... thanks, Ellie. Like I said, I unfortunately won't be able to add anyone until after the stream, just because I want to keep focused on the event. Oh, might as well gather these while I'm here. But yeah. Alright, I'm gonna grab a sip of my drink before we continue. It's been about an hour, and the VN portions of these are pretty heavy on my throat. I'm bringing full bottles of water to these VNs now. I've learned the hard way too many times that my throat can only take so much. But I enjoy it. So, alrighty, looks like everything's converging on a single spot. I think the rabbits should be fine unless we have some enemies that are block 3 or whatever. Okay, I'll do this. History records that out of a sense, the war between the Draco and Aslan had become far too protracted and bitter, and the final King Gale signed a peace treaty. Legends say he opted to melt down his soldiers' weapons as a sign of his determination, but subjects could hardly accept such a defeat. Thus, they revolted and assassinated the monarch. But just as you've referenced in many a speech, a single assassination is not going to extinguish the Red Dragon's entire bloodline. No matter how many Victorians write the history books, they cannot change the facts we've seen with our own eyes. The Aslan promised to share Victoria's kingship with the Draco, yet they didn't hand over the crown for nearly a century. With the Lion's ambitions so conspicuous at this point, I wonder, 6 blade marks stabbed King Gale through. How many of them were by Aslan hands? Not to mention the Draco King fleeing the royal capital, fate unknown, and the kingdom of Tara, without its ruler, was subjugated under Victorian sovereign authority, as if a matter of course. I presume it wasn't his own subjects who prevented the Draco's return to the city. This is why I very much enjoy your works based on the town's own ballads. You've led the people to see more of their history's truth. Thank you for your appreciation. To write this story, I saw plays performed in the country and paid a visit to some wandering minstrels who'd inherited the Terran. What struck me most wasn't the endangerment of Terran culture, it was how so many lives were just slipping away. Perhaps you believe that Terran's ideal nation with a border with Victoria are necessary for the Terran to be saved. But I think if we can ourselves can live better, if we plant seeds of ideas for many Terrans who can't read, won't we have won then and there against the Victorians who had us trapped in ignorance and poverty all our lives? I suppose it might be worth mentioning that some of the countries that were taken by the UK have recently started trying to recover their languages. Granted, it's not a one-to-one parallel. The game has a lot of fantastical stuff to it, you know, magic stuff aside. But I guess they do want you to be thinking about it to at least some degree. Why do you want to bring that lot with you? Don't even think about it. You wait until they rest. If you share your food with them, that I can accept. We've avoided the patrol out of pure luck the last 2 days. What if we don't next time? Those kids must be like 7 or 8. They can't fight with weapons. They can't run fast enough. What do you do about that? I can fight. I shall protect them. You want to cross through the uninhabited region to completely escape Terrence jurisdiction. I can aid you the entire way. I contacted the organization I belong to with the help of Bagpipe and Chen, my colleagues. I've confirmed the safe house is just along this way. If all we need is some tents, a small amount of emergency supplies for the countryside, they can transport it all over without a problem. And I know the territory over there belongs to the well-hearted Duke. Once we're there, the armies won't be after you anymore, at the very least. Really, there's honest to God noble who smile on people like us. He has a reason to shelter the Terrans. And how do you know? Before long, I think we'll all know. We'll have a ways to survive, bringing those people along. But don't forget they're infected. We've constantly been scarping with our lives. What are we doing inviting death to our sides? And we don't know when the sick will have their flare-ups, or when they're just, the bucket all right. Yeah, when someone infected with Originium with the rock cancer dies, their bodies crystallize and explode, which has the ability to affect others. That's why bodies have to be properly cremated and such, or that are sealed away in a place where they can clean it out afterward. So if one of them dies near you, you absolutely need to hightail it out of there. It's very dangerous. What's the point of you saving these sorts of people? I don't know, to be perfectly honest. I only know that when someone saved me, I want to ask her name. Or the same. Why? Even though I was, well, so close to death. What are you getting at? I'm infected as well. Uh-oh. Alright, doesn't mean much to be infected. Wouldn't have lived much longer than infect ourselves without your help anyway. Still, heartopathy won't spread just because we're in the same place. It's okay. Keep a bit of a distance if you're scared. I do not mind. But take those infected with you on your escape. Trust me there. Ah, fine, I'll trust you. Gentlemen, you heard what she said. I'm not fleeing. If you're gonna take those ones that can't fight, take them. Suit yourself. My aim isn't gonna change. I'm returning to Dublin. Those 2 units have gone unaccounted for a week now. We may surmise the circumstances may relate to Dublin, being similar to the past Spectre Force incidents. Similar? No, the one we're looking at is completely unlike. These rebels previously would muster a single armed force to surface somewhere, launch attack, and that was it. Now violence we suspect to be Dublin inside is blanketing every corner of southern Victoria. Is the Marquis of Trent sticking fast to his orders? Obviously. No matter the volume of suspicious circumstances reported outside nomadic cities, we must have clarity on them. Get this entire region's state of affairs under our control. But of all the small-scale conflicts, only the arson at Red Ridge seems truly suspect. There's no follow-up on the fire there either. Maybe we should set these particular dossiers aside for now, or should we leave them? Please lend said dossiers to me, officers. You're just... And refrain with greetings. Also, just as before, I need to take a record of access to these dossiers. This arson may be worth a deeper investigation. Have a sip of water. I pick some berries too. This place can't be too far from the settlement, what with a grove this thick. Want some berries too, Holly? Alright, after you eat those, you walk on your own 2 legs this afternoon. We won't need anyone else carrying you, okay? How about you, Morin? Wait, you don't eat stuff this sweet, do you? Hey, how long are we stopping here for? But while Bagpipe and Chen are fetching things for us, we're all knackered as it is anyhow. Got a chance to catch our breaths. Don't worry, I guarantee you'll find the closest village where lights out. We're far enough from all the trouble we made anyhow. If we hang around here and hole up, we ought not get caught. Fine, pick me some berries too. First time seeing you happy in days. Really, I guess I'm just glad Reed's been reliable and 2 friends. Kind souls through. And plus they can fight. Sure, it's not just how your days of suffering are almost at an end. We're gonna keep pushing the wastes, find Dublin, join them. You though, I bet you prefer to stay behind in the village life. I can't say that for sure. I guess I just can't get over you lot doing things this way. We are all just happy escaping at first, the further the better, and that was before we ran to Selman. Yeah, I guess that's kind of the thing. They probably had no intention of joining Dublin until they basically realized we're in a corner, we have to do something. She only got to persuade you all to join Dublin once stuff got tougher on us. None of you have even seen a real Dublin army, have you? Yeah, my guess is even Selman's probably got a more optimistic view of the Dublin than what's really the case. But when you've got nowhere else to go, it's hard to blame her for thinking that's their best choice for salvation. Still thinking about Reed? She contacted Rhodes Island in full view of us after borrowing our comms equipment. Getting supplies has been smooth too. All signs indicate she's not out to trick us. Haha, I'm not suspecting her as much, actually. I'm just a little concerned. Does she truly make a recovery? Granted, she's a Volver, but I'm still a little surprised at all the life in her. She gave my hands a right shock, swinging at me before we even recognized each other. Suppose that's a good thing, though. Just can't shake the feeling there's weight on her mind. Whatever it is, she wants to do it, but it seems to hurt her so much. Plus what? The way she fights seems somehow familiar. Did I meet her before the outcast brought her in, back at County Hillock? Oi, there you are, Reed. Perfect, me and Chinchin been talking. We're talking about which way we're heading. The route happens to take us to a nearby settlement. No, we can't keep going this direction. I'll tell the others to stop. Oh, wait, are you saying... Chinchin, on your 9! The cavalry saber concealed in the bushes snaps in two. One holding it doesn't shift an inch. Chen was sure her slash didn't harm anyone, but under the bush was a bit of blood, deep and dark, old and dry. Is this a dead patrol? No, they're from the barracks. There's more over there. Traces of blood, bolts, sabers, and arts. This battle must have happened a week ago. This barracks unit was ambushed and slaughtered to a man. Who was the enemy then? How come they didn't leave a single corpse behind? Left. They've all left? For the battle this fierce, both sides should have taken equal damages, right? Bagpipe, remember the groups of soldiers we discovered upon encountering Reed? They had uncanny arts planted in them, eyes for fire. Reed, you were in County Hillock too. Didn't you see soldiers like that? Yes, I know of them. They're parted souls. Those with the misfortune of being deceased and yet unable to rest. You're not saying the ones who killed the soldiers are dead themselves and they're still marching even after. The traces of firefights we're chasing before resembles those too. It's the only possibility. Chen, I don't know what your thoughts are, but I can't quite accept it if that's what it is. What kind of person would keep controlling them even after they're dead? That's just far too cruel. Selman. Like hell, they're dead. You're all howling up the wrong tree. Oh, but I saw with our own eyes. I saw something somewhere else. I only believe what I see myself. Dublin defeated Victorian unit. They won, move on to the next place, and now they're prepping to save more Terrans. You know I'm gonna... worried about something. Don't act like my dog. Hi. If Fionn wants to go with you, suit themselves. But I know you're not in here with us. It's those two Vovari you're with. You just want to settle us someplace and sure we're not gonna die today. You'll make us live the same old life, Victoria, not knowing if we'll see tomorrow. After that, you'll abandon us. Am I not right, leader? No, don't call me that. Interesting. Does she recognize Reed? Right. No. Single word I've heard most from you so far. Heading off now. Going away you didn't want us to go. It's only war and death, isn't it? Like the Terrans haven't seen plenty of both. I don't want to hear an outsider tell me no ever again. No, she's human, but the truth is, it's not you pissing her off. I know. So are you, alright? I want to go with her. There might still be unexploded mines, lingering arts left on the battlefield. It'll be dangerous to keep going that way. Can you call the rest over for me? Didn't you want the Terrans to steer clear of the battlefield? As Selman says, it's their choice, and I promised I'd escort them until I'm no longer needed. That's very ominous. Low obs are obs with mind. And when I was playing 7 Days to Die with my buddies earlier this week, we ran to certainly quite a few
Look at the map and figure out your
exploding
route before we
mines.
get in there. This is experience talking.
Alright. Alright, I should be able to handle this just fine. Let's get Ansel here.
Please hold on.
Dublin Cannelier. Next attack deals splash damage. Ah, I see. So that's to get around the, I see. Alright, let's put her here so that she can fire. Let's put Ami up here, increase everyone's damage. Put other crews up here.
Here I am.
Either more healing or more burst damage would be probably be the one thing rabbits would appreciate the most. Let's get here.
Is this a good spot?
Actually, that might be a little
Don't
dangerous.
make me
Let's,
say it
yeah, I think this will be fine. Have some magic AoE to help out. Interesting. These guys revive themselves even if they're currently being blocked. That was not something I would have expected. Interesting.
Here I am.
Yeah, so blocking doesn't prevent the revival. It's on a timer period. Luckily, they're not too durable, at least, so even my lack of burst isn't going to be too big of a problem. Never imagined two crews, ear gone. Go die. You've Coco'd your last Dio. I never imagined we'd get a Hobby Indoor safe and sound of so many days on the run. That bagpipe girl must be the darling of everyone. We're all gushing to her about how good her stew was. She's definitely not bad on that front. As her discussion on settling down has been smooth, we're all decided anyone who can't handle rushing will stay behind. They'll borrow 2 storehouses to tuck away in for the next 2 days. Refugees scuffling with caravans but never actually stealing anything, that's dead common. Law won't get hung up on that. In a few days, they won't be mentioning on the radio. We won't need to hide. Then we can get a building in our own houses. With a few authority apathy, will be living a ways from the village, though. People here are very friendly. Yeah, they are. If everyone sheltered us while we were still running, wouldn't be in this sty of a state now. Not that it's anyone's fault. Didn't used to be so much of a hassle taking a bunch of refugees alike, but life's getting scarier for everyone now. Look at Selman, the Colleen. If she and her brother had some place to take them in, she wouldn't be running from Selman to Selman kicking up all this fuss. She could spend the night in a village like us, but she's stubborn about hiding outside. She once stole a man's stock beast here once, see, and now she's awkward about running into him. You can never hear from me, but you let her know. You let her know she'll be on my case about disrespecting her again. Something must have happened to her brother, and that's why she's fallen to take extreme measures, like joining Dublin. Good evening. Oh, Morin. What are you doing here now? It's so dark out. I'll send you back with a lamp still lit. Thank you, but I'm used to making my way in the dark by now. Is Reed here, if you don't mind? Looking for her? She went out on her own. Maybe Reed's got something on her mind. Selman hasn't spoken as much as a word to her since she got here. But don't worry, Bagpipe's gone to find her. Actually, put it this way, our big concern is if Reed gets annoyed by the noise. Forgot to see your ID. Oh, I can go. Sure, I can check after this. Cutscene real quick. Oh, well, sorry. Alright. Oh, wasn't watching out. I didn't think there'd be anyone here. It all goes against the dark every time they sound the bell. It takes a moment for my eyes to adjust. Luckily, it's you I ran into. Might have knocked anyone else clean over. I thought they said they wouldn't need any watch tonight, though. Just wanted to sit outside a while. Oh, it's that smell of the hay, isn't it? Wonderful, that. Hey? Yeah, that's hay piles over there. Been ages since I was around the smell, so I came to get a proper whiff. Back when I was prepping to a military school, I've had headaches from studying so much theory, so I just go to a hay pile, lie back for a bit, feel right as rain again. Mom always told me off for being lazy, said I should quit thinking about I shouldn't quit thinking about questions just because thinking gets too hard, but having too much stuff going on in your brain wears the person out, you know? So come in your hand a sec. Come on here now. Let's just lie down together just for a bit. I'm not so good at thinking over stuff, so might not be of much help to you, but the hay will be, I'm sure of it. That's some cute artwork. Hope. Bagpipe relaxes and lays on the hay pile, lightly humming a folk song she learned a while ago from the farmers. A gentle night breeze passes by. Reed follows suggestion, takes a deep breath. What she smells isn't the aroma of hay, instead damp mud and ash. When it hits me how I've spent 3 years without going home, it always feels so funny. Think about it, the ground's waiting for you to till it, weeds waiting for you to reap it. Spend 1 year away, you miss an entire go-around of all the important stuff. Every bit of it. I can't even get my letters from home until the next time back on Rhodes Island. You miss home? Of course I do. Were you from County Hillock? used to live in a city about the same as County Hillock. Flushed red bricks, grey pavement. 2 buildings, 2 or 3 floors high, flowering vines growing about the windows. I yearn after those peaceful times a lot. So many old books at home, manuscripts. I like to hide away in the study, lock the door so I wouldn't have to hear anyone talk about me. Oh, you had a pals of family making a racket, huh? Or was it visitors all the time? No, thankfully, I just would avoid so much trouble if I hid. I could see down the street at the window. I'd see my parents come home after a day of work. I'd love to go back there if I could. Oh, so the place isn't... I'm sorry, I'm making it worse for you, aren't I? It's okay, it was all so long ago. Might not be so much different to the ordinary people whose lives were ruined in County Hillock, or those refugees leaving their homes behind. They can all settle here, rebuild their houses, but where is their homeland? And the ones who are forced out even further, where are they even fleeing to? You're having trouble answering these questions just on your lonesome, aren't you? But I'm not... And it's no use to be thinking over them. If you can't come up with an answer alone, we can think together. Whenever I had a question I couldn't fill in, I'd always bother Chin about it. Later down the line, I'd prattle on at my captains. I mean, they found me annoying as flip, but still, they'd chat with me every time, help me solve issues. What about you? Got anyone to speak your mind to? Like a sister, a schoolmate, someone in arms, that sort of? There's my older sister, but you don't get along much? No. I shouldn't be saying this, actually. I shouldn't. You know, someone was right about one thing. Always saying no out of habit. But she misunderstood a little. It's when you're talking about yourself, you're fond of saying no, like, oh, I can't put into words, like you're straining to break away from something. Told something like that before. Oh, what, really? She saved me and told me I didn't have to seek death, that I could dodge destiny itself. Outcast, eh? That's something, should say. Regret not having it in me to say anything more to her. I want to ask her so badly. Why save me? What does she see in me? I'm not sure how she'd answer her myself. But you know, Reed, why not ask yourself before asking her? What do you see in herself? Myself? That's true. Oh, someone's over there. How do they feel about it? I think it's Morin. She can't see at night. Oh gosh, why shout here by herself then? Morin, need any help? Oh, stand there. We'll be right over. Oh, thank you. Alright, pull for Reed to save him from Monster Hunter. I did my polls already. I don't like to do rolls on stream, so I did them already. Unfortunately, I actually was pulling for Harmony to be specific, but sadly she did not come home. Where's Reed, might ask? They said she'd gone out. I'm not here. Sorry, but I might as well go with you. I don't mind where it is. Still got some strength. I can work and fight. Want to fight? I do. They all say I won't live much longer. My only option is dying without a word in some corner. Agree with that. If you want to survive as a Terran, change workshops. Hey, if you want to survive as Oreopathy, move out, get the infected neighborhood. I'm done listening to all that. I only do one pull if the banner doesn't interest me. And yeah, that's not too bad of a way to go about it. But yeah, ultimately I'm saving for the Monster Hunter collab, especially since I actually really like how they handled that. Rather than getting characters from the game itself, not that there's many Monster Hunter NPCs to get, they decided to instead power up existing characters with outfits themed upon Monster Hunter, which I think was very cool. Did too, because I wanted to use all my OG and save up the headhunt ticket, preventing me from pulling him. It used to not be this way that I met you. They tell me you're infected as well. Did you convince Selma and the rest to bring us here? Trust me, like Fiona. Please, no pressure. I don't want to burden on anyone. I just want to do something, anything. People like me have nothing left to lose. If I can bring something or other the rest of the Terrans, I want to do it. If my legs can still walk forward, I want to go with you. I think that's fine. Read for now. Let's go together. How about it? The red-haired Vivari. The question's not one Reed needs to respond to, because she starts pulling Reed along before that answer even comes. Reed takes a glance back at the visitor. She knows Moron has night blindness, needs to get someone to guide it the way his darkness falls. With little time to hesitate, Reed extends a hand. Let's go. They gave us Palico. Yeah, but they're, technically the freebie from the event. Oh, you're finally here, Miss Harmony. I'm getting to think I'd never see you today. A wine tasting courtesy of the Viscount? How could I ever miss it? Note to self, Harmony is a smug cat and also highly drunk. Loves to get drunk. They have a cats, indeed. Oh, but of course. A friend of the Marquis of Trent. You're the Viscount's guest of honor. It's all thanks to introducing me that I closed out that bit of prior business. I've been looking forward to an opportunity to thank you all this time. Oh, that was quite nothing, Mr. Hall. I'm no noble personage, or even proper to my name. At most, I'm just a messenger, scampering out on the ones in charge so I don't have to. Toasts. Oh, and who might that be? The consul's pet, a Mr. Fisher. Oh, I've certainly never heard of him before. He only transferred this country a short while ago. Youngsters like him tend to have to break their backs a little if they want a quick promotion. Universal truth, no? I get the sense he might be a welfare of some sort for this story, but that's just my intuition. Oh, you're too modest. Oh yes, I hear from some friends the Duke's armies are very frequently on the move now. They put every core city of their duchies under strict martial law. You've always been on top of the news. Could you lend me a sly word where the war seems imminent? Papers certainly seem forecast, don't they? After all, the Duke's fleets did trundle up to Lindium's wall some time ago. I'm not so much concerned with the sarcasm. I'm referring to between the Dukes, based on hearsay, that is, just hearsay. There's been a lot of originium fuel circulating into County Trent, and the Marquess and the Duke of Castor have always been jolly with each other, but County Trent and the Iron Duke's Duchy do share a border. My, Mr. Hall, all intercity fuel trade requires inspection and approval. I presume you have some very good friends in municipal management, no? Just for business purposes. Miss Harmony, you might not follow the war too closely, but you came in from another city, didn't you? You've been fortunate not to run into any hassle when you did, but I ask you to take care on the return journey. I hear it's quite hideous in the villages beyond the Mac cities. There's rebel elements popping up, even in case of Austin a few days ago. What sort of rebel elements are those to earn your attention? Attention is but a strong word. A similar thing happens in spades anywhere the bumpkins live. It's a fire that's strange. Might not be true, so pretend I'm just telling you some county tale. Eyewitnesses say that fire wasn't quite your ordinary one. It was ferocious as an explosion, but not a hint of originium explosives found anywhere where it happened, and the nightmarish effort took to extinguish it. Oh, wow. This is even... If that's shocking even Harmony, that says something really... big. Unusual fire. All too likely to be a coincidence, but all too familiar of a description to her. Could it be? Lotiony. Harmony is stunned. The Brigadier's warning has certainly aroused some anxieties deep in her heart. Ever since Rhodes Island ship had sailed to Victoria, she'd been absent any hold of information on Lotiony. Someone without a doubt has been helping Rhodes Island cover their tracks. Clearly, this pharmaceutical company was not as simple as she first assumed. And on that same coin, a Lotiony above Rhodes Island would be a Lotiony immensely difficult for the rest of Victoria's powers to find. So why? Why would Lotiony leave the ship? Why would she surface somewhere close to Ablana? So she knew that her track ended at Rhodes Island, and basically it was a safe house. No one else could possibly reach her there, or without causing a major ruckus. But now that she's here, from behind Harmony, there's a gaze. Her every mood's been closely watched ever since the second she stepped into this ballroom. But it's in this moment the gaze truly focuses on her specifically. Miss Harmony? I'm sorry, I was just thinking about the dance tonight. Say, what color earrings would I be best off wearing? Well, you seem to have a bit of a green theme, so maybe go with that. Seems best not to overcomplicate things. Sir, I assume you've seen the relevant dossier, as well as my reports. I suggest we commence operation immediately. Very well, youngster. Have you tried the whiskey-filled chocolates out on the table? I hope you're doing well, Duke of Castor. I wouldn't expect you to grace this party, let alone be waiting here. Well, who could miss such a grand soiree? Just listening to the chamber performance blows my cares away, even from behind my partition. I do hope you're enjoying yourself as well. I'm still on duty, I cannot be complacent. Our every effort's made so the masses can enjoy their serene lives. Intelligence officers may be lookouts, forced to keep tense nerve even in times of peace, but you will have your serenity one day. Lest I forget, how is your health? My gratitude for your concern, Duke. It floors me you note the infection of an average intelligence officer like myself. Don't be nervous, you're not hiding anything. As I say, you've done very well. By way of reward, would you like a promotion once your mission's over, or like to quit? Would you like to quit? I see. So his line of work is one where you can't leave but once you're in. Or maybe his joining wasn't an option in the first place. That was actually quite a long cutscene. Oh, that's right. Someone wanted to see the friend code. Let me grab that real quick. Now, here's my ID here, and I usually have supports up on... For my support units, I choose, well, supportive ones, enablers, ones who can make things that by all rights should never be possible into possible. Just remember, for the record, I will not be able to add anyone. Middle guy. The middle guy is Stainless. Or Feist is his true name. I have both the supports at M9 because they don't have a single skill that misses. This one looks way too easy. They've got to be introducing a new enemy type in this map because there's no way they'd make it this easy to just protect a single spot there. Alright, the rabbits will make another go. Guys, I see people ahead. There's an army. That way, 7 o'clock? Oh, no worries, we got the message, but are you sure that's what you saw? There's not a hint of human life anywhere in these parts. Why would the army be patrolling out here? Hand me the binoculars. There's very little terrain nearby that would conceal us. Everyone please hide here at the moment. I'll go with you. I know the Victorian army more than you, nah? Thank you. Selman, come take a look. If I crouch on this rock, the enemy won't see me from any angle, right? Ah, not that bad. Good then. Gosh, we've gone through the waits for 4 days without peep. No catastrophe or beast, then we hit a roadblock at the very end. Just our luck. Now stop sticking your head out. Keep low like the rest of us. It's been so long. Still don't trust leads up? No, as a matter of fact. The bland type like her I trust the least. They're just so boring. They'd basically be a 3-star if this was some kind of gotcha game. She wants to do stuff that doesn't offend anybody. That way, if she ever makes a mistake, it won't really be her fault. You bloody, you just don't like her stopping us from going to Dublin. Maybe. But I don't say none to you either, do I? Confirmed, it's a small-scale Victorian deployment, but judging by their equipment, not from nearby barracks. Their weapons are highest caliber. If we fought, there's a very little chance we'd win. They might not be searching for us, but just in case we better hide ourselves. Based on current advance, they won't catch sight of us. Don't give me lip for what I say, because nobody listens to what I say. I know I'm just jealous how she's taking over my show. Those troops are coming closer. Budge over. Give me a good position to watch them. Beg you, don't cause trouble now. What's happening? Are they scuffling? Some group ambushed them at a pass. So if we'd not stopped to hide, we'd been sprung too. Who's waiting there? Hey, I couldn't make it out too clearly. The clothes look like they were a bit like Selman's, don't they? Alright, see you later, Ellie. Thanks for stopping by. It's gotta be Dublin, right? Dublin. One dawn 8 months ago, just as I'd finished work, I was eating breakfast in the cafe in County Peninsula. A voice came over my radio. It said, with their flames, they would cleanse Victoria of filth. In the name of the Terrans, they would declare war on Victoria. They called themselves Dublin. Just a bunch of greedy thugs trying to give themselves a title. Thugs? The ones common sense would identify as thugs all more or less died in County Hillock. Someone intended on using the entire city of Terrans to test the Terran-born Duke. Didn't anticipate the leader of Dublin conversely exploiting that. After the conclusion of the incident, Dublin successfully purged all unstable elements of the city, further gained the surrounding Terran population's support, escaping intact directly under Victoria's nose. Dublin's leader is undeniably well versed in the behavior of nobility. It's no wonder, considering her background and her hidden supporters. That leader and her intelligence personnel are both fully aware it was the barracks that shelled the masses with dirty bombs. And that's why the truth of the County Hillock incident will never be traced nor pursued. However, I've read the reports, all of them. Some say the Dublin leader appeared on County Hillock that day as more than one person. Now, that doesn't match up to the other intelligence we have on the Dukes. That's right, they referred to Loshini as leader, but they also referred to Ablana as leader. So it seems there was 2 leaders the entire time. We've seen these 2 jigsaw puzzles. They're exactly the same. As long as the forms are identical, they can fill the same holes. The moment we put them together like this, most people would cast an eye would treat one piece like the other's shadow. Shadow? So that's why we suspected previous Arbin case, one type Dublin. There's only suspicion at first. That was until the reaction from that Harmony feline fed me some very interesting information. Who knew the Duke of Wellington would actually turn a blind eye to King Gale's other descendant, walking freely within the wilds? Madam, as you predicted, some people took Someone took the people from those farming households in for questioning this morning. I looked into it. They weren't wearing a barracks uniform. It seems they're not part of the nearby patrol at all. Say, if I asked for a holiday and went out traveling, where would the better location be? Lithuanian or Casimir? Or maybe I'll run off even further. Maybe like my good friend from the school days, I'll take a trip to Yan. I don't understand what you mean. Forget it. We'll be caught in a snare if we don't tiptoe, but either way, we do need to remedy this best we can, ensuring our safety. Her safety is priority number one. You mean, my dear friend, Notiony. You're sure she's the one they're looking for? Well, can you be sure she's not? You got no other choice. Who would let her be the leader, too? We can't allow her to fall into anyone else's hands, especially not the Duke of Casters. Come now, we need to pay the Brigadier a visit. Selman, what do we do? You said we'd take shelter with the Dublin squad. Now they're right in front of us fighting with the Victorian's army. My guess is we should head in and help the Terran troops. My brain says we need to show some loyalty. I mean, right? Oh, what do you want about? We'll never beat the servicemen. Besides, what would Reed's Law think? They're hiding over there. They're not near us. Maybe they won't see what we're doing. Oh no, down goes another. We can't just sit here and watch Terrans get beat to death, can we? Come on, take a look behind. How are Reed's bunch reacting to this? All men pull back. Prioritize shaking pursuit. Our investigatory mission is complete. We can't waste our time here. Dublin's deployed too many divisions. Captain, human activity at 3 o'clock. Who are they? Seemingly normal refugees with improvised weapons. Initiate contact, confirm the true situation. Men provide for fight on two fronts. Who are the possibilities? Regular forces disguised civilians. Hey, what's doing poking his head out from the bunker? Oh, the unit's noticing. They're coming over. We'll try and see negotiating him. Tell them it's all civilians here. No, Tower's local barracks would never trust civilians. They've never protected us before. Hi there, we're Terrans. We want to join Dublin. Hello? What the hell? Fall back! Retreat ASAP. These two units are attacking us simultaneously. But aren't Dublin supposed to be protecting Terrans? I can't give you a response. All I know is these soldiers are already dead. Standard pile driver Spear Revere. You're an ex-Temple's platoon personnel, aren't you? Oh, have we met before? Well, since we're not strangers, that makes things easier. We're not an ambush. We got nothing to do with Dublin either. You got the wrong idea. Surprise, surprise. The Fisher boy only sent me out here to follow a trail and he'd run to his true goal, head first. No, I'd wager he sent me specifically to wait until you ran into us. Bagpipe, why are you protecting the Taurans? Yeah, because that's our duty. Taurans are Victorians too. If we cleaned up the misunderstanding, there'd be a ceasefire. Attacking civilians is a violation of military discipline, after all. What gives you continued right to say that? Wait, what's wrong with me? You seem to not be duly aware of the situation here. Oh, excuse me, I'm very aware. My friend said you wouldn't protect town and civilians. I've just confirmed she's right. You're the same old... You're the same as that old Colonel Hamilton back in County Hillachna. So even though I'm discharged, I'm positive now I still have Victorian serviceman duty. Yeah. I still have to fulfill the Victorian serviceman's duty and do what you're not willing to do. Defend the civilians' lives. Let me ask, have you ever inquired as to into what the white-haired Vivor's identity is? Well, let's go, Selman. Everyone's looking to escape. No! Now's not the time to be stubborn. I know this is hard to take. What Chen seems to be true. Should we get away for now? Survive first, we can talk over after. What are you staring at? Ooh, it can't be. Oh. Ozor brother is dead. And he's been reanimated corpse now. There, Fionn, your wound is like last time. It's not too severe. But it still hurts. Whatever, as long as I don't see blood, anything that follows me. Cowards, you said you'd help Selman. All you've done is scar pretty out over their shoulders. Nothing wrong with that. We made it out. At least all of us made it out. Reed, I need to ask something. Something I've been wanting to ask all day. You and your friends seem to be professionals with this stuff, but I just don't get it. Why do you say these people, these Dublin people, are dead? Is there an off chance they're just sleepwalking? Maybe it's that witchcraft from the legends that make people lose their consciousness. On the off chance they're sleepwalking, we could go and wake them up. We can't. I wish I could provide you some sort of consolation, but it's a unique origin in arts that I very much recognize. Alright, I'm just a little frightened myself. What's Selman gonna think, though? What's wrong with her? Oh, go on and tell, Fionn. We all know her. You're the one vouching for her since the beginning. She's a good girl. We wouldn't want to with her otherwise. The truth is, I actually know her because she robbed me once. We sat down, got talking to one another. She just wanted a pair of sturdy tools. Her brother was out in the snow that winter with his soles half worn through, feet frostbitten. Should I give her yours? No, actually, her brother went off to Dublin. I was only in time to cover for them. Couldn't do them any solid boots quickly enough. Fact is, she's been out this whole time looking for her brother. So that's why she wanted to join Dublin so desperately, to be with her brother once again. No, it's more than that. She wanted to join Dublin with her brother, so she just ran away along the way there 2 years ago. Think how tough it must have been catching up to her brother today. How do you think my family's doing? They're still back living in the village. It's about time they replace the roofing straw. Once we find a place to stop over, I'm getting a messenger to ask how they're doing. Alright, I'm sure. I'll help you get the messenger. Come then. Gran. Where are we going? We chased Dublin's squad. There's all dead people, and Salmon's not found her own. Where should we head now? Reed, where'd she go? 13, 14, 15, less than 3 in less than 1 day. I just don't get it. What kind of origin arts? Makes you sick looking at it. She squats behind the boulder looking around. The soldiers keep marching to their heart's destination upon the twilight wilds. The colors of the Dublin uniform fade beneath layers of mud and soil. They seem as if held in a silhouette, one lit by a glimmer from somewhere unknown. I just need to pounce and retreat. I'll be fine. 100 meters. They walk in a straight line for the boulders. Still hides behind. He's the back of the squad. Looks like he didn't get the leader. Made himself be so bloody big with his letters. They're headed for, yeah, same direction as the letters said. Ah, this is a flashback. Someone clutches the wooden cudgel. You said you're heading for that important to you. You're trying to head on. You still go on even you had died. Sorry, being battered by wind, rain. All these people one after another. You still go. 30. She remember. Oh yeah. Oh, she probably is hoping to knock him out or something. Trying hoping that'll restore him because they didn't realize. As they told her, once she was decided she'd come to them, the leader would give all the Terrans a place to live. Sorry. I never could see you as you were. You never looked back, but I did. She rushes out. Like the Victorian soldiers in the daytime did, like Chen did, these people have ceased to be. It can be knocked down again, as long as every attack comes swiftly enough, ferociously enough, until they sleep peacefully in the soil, never to be called to stand again. The soldier does not fall. He merely stumbles for a moment to the blow, so he spins around pulling his sword. He's ghastly silent. Get a lot out of my way. I'll send you right back with him. No, I will. I'll do it. I was here to find my brother, but you're all the same. They silently attack. Pass right off, at least say something. Square that was. Bloody hell, head chest. It's not enough, is it? Her cudgel flies out of her hand, blocking the next attack. In that moment, the soldier's mask falls off. She feels a sort of illusion, as if the way he brandishes his weapon slows for a fraction of an instant. As if her brother's about to give both of her hands. Like Victoria's police accosted them in the younger times, shielding her from his embrace. Then she sees his familiar face all too clearly. His forehead drops no blood, and his eyes no longer turn no look to his little sister. The eyes gaze on the distant vague horizon, a rage of firelight longing burning within. Just like the night he decided to seek out Dublin. As they surround them, someone blankly, dazedly reaches out a hand of the man before her. Admiration, guilt, regret, all swallowed up by the ice-cold fire. Fingertips brush. Fear. All is left is fear. Longing, mechanical burning into death. Before time can move again, flames blaze high, incandescent sparks blossoming the night sky. So close her fingers can almost touch. Flame blooms forth and vanishes again before she can grasp it. The soldier falls over the ground and never makes another whisper. A scorching dream.
Look at the map and figure out your route before we get in there. This is experience talking. Shh! Don't make any more noise.
Crap, that's 2 lanes I need to cover. Can deploy melee units. Enemies cannot enter. That's a fence. Oh, okay, so they're all going this way. What's this? Swamp Rover. Immune to mire, nullifies camo invisibility of all nearby friendly units. Oh, I see what their goal is here. Alright then, guess I'm gonna have to take this a little slow.
I'm listening.
Please hold on.
Here I am.
Oh dear. Gotta take those guys out with an AoE here.
Awaiting your orders.
Those guys can read, so I can't see them. Darn it.
Madame Chen's swordsmanship flows within this weapon.
I do know someone who's good for quickness. Those things seem to have pretty high defenses, unfortunately, so I guess I'm gonna have to use magic, which is going to suck a lot for me, because I just lost one of my few sources of magic.
First aid box.
Console skill. Alright, at least they still seem to have proper HP for their mask form, rather than the specific hit count requirement of the other ones. Oh, that's not good whatsoever. Oh dear, that's not good.
Oh, is it mine? Bye! Madame Chen's swordsmanship flows within this weapon.
I think we're starting to reach the limit of what the rabbits will be able to do. This is in no way going to be a stable auto. I guess it's not a big deal since it's not exactly a farming run, but at the same time. Then keep in mind, I suppose. Are you scared of my fire? But your fire is the same as mine, Lotiony. It'll burn further. Trying to smother its glow, try to extinguish it is futile. You needn't fear being seen. Why don't you let those who see it fear it? I know that in my body's a fire. If I feel for it, I can feel it burning me. After so long, the pain comes to me before my thoughts even do. Our parents warned us to take these flames we were born with and swallow them down, hide them away, never let them be seen by anyone. Oh, how my sister would secretly burn whatever she didn't like, and that get something better for it. Can I do that too? Dad, can you take me to the bookshop? That morning I thought I'd try and like her, attacking my parents in her tone of voice. Every time she told them what she wanted, they'd agree in a panic, like they were being burnt, yet with love. She and I have a similar appearance and voice and wore similar clothes, why couldn't I disguise myself as her? I'll read the sequel to Steam Knights Adventures, since I don't want anyone asking me how come the Victorian wouldn't like the stories about the Steam Knights. Tomorrow, Lotiony, your mom and dad are exhausted for today. You recognize me? Of course, how could I ever mix up my own daughters? I only realized after that snowy night they didn't say yes because what I wanted was far too small. She would have gone begging to our parents just for a new book. Wouldn't have gone begging just for a new book. Followed behind her, running as fast as I could. The bell to reunite sounded, yet we could no longer go home. Lana, where are we going? Where do you want to go? I don't know. Nowhere's home, so knock on any door. Just need to be honest to whoever opens it. Tell them we have no home to go back to on the snowy festive night. No matter how cold they are. Surely they'll sympathize. Do children. Go on, don't be afraid. I'm watching over you. The glow of icy purple flames, I knocked halting on the first door. Flames had taken the lives of those we hated so only moments ago, but I wondered so badly if those flames would kill me instead if I did anything wrong. What did Sir do wrong? I heard there was a play being put on in the town's neighborhood, hence why on such a snowy night Sir never came home from being so light. My sister made me sit down and study. She simply warmly stared at me and never answered my questions straight. I knew she was very disappointed in me. She would have been able to reach my own answers. She killed him, didn't she? Taught us to ruin lives of the innocent, to stir the schism between the Terrans and Victorians. He even plotted his fallen opponent's murder, just like those Victorians killed our parents. So taking his life was what we were meant to do. My sister could always do the right things, while I never could. She gifted her spear to me, yet every time I gripped it, the pike burning with flames, I shivered, just as I did now. Right? No, Lotiony. Death is merely there to guide him to his dreams. Ah, this is the first time we see Ablana's face. She really does look like her sister. I guess that only makes sense. He showered us of conspiracy and political trickery, peeled us of our freedom and dignity. That was detestable. Yet detest is all that it is. But even while he'd measured his methods, his sights were set too narrow. That is what's truly regrettable. He wanted little more than control of brittle fantasy nation, thus serving as the puppets that would crown him. Power I looked to have in my hands is far grander than the daydreams of that madman. What about you, Loshini, though? What do you want? Yes, it's good your blood and your upbringing have you carry yourself high. But if you want for nothing, what sort of position am I meant to leave by my side for you? Go, this is your wish on a snowy night. I'll let you aspire as grand as you want. I didn't answer. I only had the tiniest dream, like the warm fire of a hearth. I didn't dare answer. No matter, my sister. If you don't know where your own desires lie, then first become me. Heron, you and I are both known as the leader. I figured something like that had them agree to both be known as the leader, but they never directly stated before now. Intently, that flame watched me, and I became her shadow. Ha, have you been after me this whole time? Since when? No, I simply heard from Fian that you'd seen your brother and the squad depart to Dublin. I guessed you'd come here by yourself. Not as if that's any of your business. I've been searching all this way for those dead controlled by arts. I want them to find peace. And I can accomplish that just as you saw just now. Gone are the marching footfalls of soldiers. The barons turn silent. Neither of them say a word. After a while, Selman squats down, brushes the dirt off the mask, and carefully places over the soldier's face. Meddling little villain. Did he tell you the first time I ever saw Dublin? We were in the city, me and my brother. If we were in good moods, we'd line up to see if any of the pubs needed last-minute waiters or what have you. If we were in bad moods, we'd hit the Victorians' windows with our catapults. Couldn't tell you if the nobles were Victorians or not, to be honest. I just knew the ones who drove us off the AG plate was. Then one day, there was this injured woman lying in an alley who shouted at me in terror and wanted me to deliver a letter. We guessed who she was. I delivered it. We found her place to hide. I told her of all the scummiest Victorians, the number one would be that one with the tiny mustache who issued all the decrees. Bloody Originium product taxes, alcohol targets to target Terran drunks, ordinances to round up the unemployed Terrans and house them in one place. He was the one on the telly delivering all that. Then there was the army man stationed in the alleys. I couldn't do nothing but watch him beat all those people to death, and if I'd stared at it a moment more, he would have taken me away. If she and her Spectre force wanted Marks to attack, and those two had to be on the list. But I was wrong, she responded. It wasn't Dublin's aim to retaliate against the Terrans and the Victorians in Terran's stead. My brother told her which noble had the biggest house, which had the poshiest dinner parties, which had the treasure hoard enough to arm an army to support the plate's farmers. That was even more wrong, she said. Dublin wasn't stealing from Victorians to give the Terrans. Instead, if all we do is kill a few people and seat ourselves in their positions, that won't make things any better, just make us become them. It's like how Terrans who learned Victorians' etiquette copied accents and could pass Victorian nobles. Did she tell you what it was Dublin wanted? Nope. My brother had it figured out afterwards, so we decided to join Dublin and went around following them on the info left behind. We left the nomadic city, heading for a settlement nearby. It was along the way where I suddenly remembered how Dublin disposed of their eyewitnesses. I was scared for my life, so scared I felt I had to run. Not as though I hate every last Victorian, you know. And if I don't hate them, I'm not prepared to make them bleed. But there's no alternative to it. Saying this, but Dublin's an army, and the one thing armies face is war. I know, of course I know. Rationally, I know they're in the right. What's wrong is I can't do it. How come I can't do what my brother could? How could he be so sure while I had to run? How could he put up with dying, burning after death, while I can't even stand seeing him turn out this way? How could she stand up from the ashes, while I can only shrink into her shadow and weep? Loshini, what is it that you want? I wrote for you what my life knew in terms of love and dreaming too. But in your burning ecstasy, there was no place to hold them. What? You're never saying poetry, are you? Are you serious? At me? Are you trying to show up your upbringing? Sorry, I don't know what I should say. There's so much I could say to encourage others or comfort, but none of it is mine. You can stop reading. I guess Selman understands that she's trying to find some words from her poetry and stuff since she doesn't know what to say herself. Her grief, like the Dublin soldiers who no longer speak, is shrouded in a deep green silhouette. I dreamt, they murmur. Years and years ago, we were working in a Victorian's manor. One day, my brother got me to drop everything I was doing and slip out with him for fun. We walked for ages until we reached the edge of the AG plate where we looked down on the wilderness below. Couldn't see where the soil ended. It was all bursting full of wildflowers. My brother said, that's Tara. He said so much daft, arrogant shite. He sang in the wind at the top of his voice. Still so much we wanted to say but couldn't because the Victorians robbed us of our language. The only thing we could do is hide our love and sorrow away in old folk songs. He said we've done something incredible today. We didn't work with the Victorians today, so we rebelled against them. Must have been absolutely full of it back then, full on dreaming of becoming like a hero in legends. Ha! Same here. They're very pretty, the flames you've left him. Just like the flowers we saw those day. Oh, but these flames aren't true flowers. The moment we're born, the moment we die, runs past the blink of an eye. We aren't even able to hold them. That's fine, I don't care. I knew for the longest time he'd die. Even I was prepared to die when we went looking for Dublin. I just don't care. I never trusted that he'd die like he bragged, like we dreamed of the hero's death. But at least, Reed, I want to hear the truth, your truth. Was the future Dublin promise thing chasing, was it made up? In the dark of that night, a flame ignites the tip of a spear. Cast in the firelight, Reed sees tears finally flowing down her face.
It'd be a waste to leave all that good stuff here. The enemy doesn't need it anyway, right?
Ooh, tutorial level. Whisper Rain, interesting.
I'll do my best. Unforgivable.
Caster enemy, eh? Oh. Oh! I see the gimmick now. What the? Reed beds can be set on fire in some circumstances. Burning reeds no longer provide camouflage, and operators will take arts damage and burn damage. Sorry, I'm trying to deal with the fire. Hang in there, Melantha, the fire's dying down. Fire's finally out. Deploy operators and burning reeds to gradually put out the fires. Alright, that makes sense. So basically, they gradually put the fire out while they're in it. I see, it doesn't change description when they're on fire.
What are your orders?
Fires may spread when there is an adjacent reed bed.
What are your orders?
Fire spreading. Operators deploying reed beds can put out the fire and prevent it from spreading. Allow me to demonstrate. Oh dear. Focus on the enemies in front of you. Their attacks will deal extra burn damage when they are near a fire. It is important to put out fires quickly and prevent them from spreading. I'm counting on you. Whisper Rain is not a... Yeah. Okay, so note to self, I'm probably going to want to seriously consider, darn, I can't think of their name. Wandering medics, that's what I want.
Tear 'em up. Take that.
Mission accomplished. This is how the story ends, one tragedy following another. No Whispering's a therapist medic, the ones with wide range. I think the rabbits might be able to handle this, but we'll have to be careful and see. Usually around 4 is when the rabbits start running out of steam, unfortunately. But we'll see if we can go to 5. Actually, let me grab a sip of my drink before we continue here. This is a bit rough. Ah, there we are. Alright, how's it going over there? It's no problem. Alright, that's the last tent we gotta put up. Oh, you two are a powerful pair. Right, you were taken off, weren't you? All Agent and I are investigating the specters that were under Art's control. We still got other assignments once everything's done here. This is the edge of County Trent. No barracks will be coming looking for trouble no more. Ah, if only we'd been better at maintaining order. Wouldn't have had all this commotion and unjust treatment. What do you want about? If it weren't for all of you, there's no chance we would have made it this far. This from my own home, I'd be treating all of you to a sip of elderflower liquor tonight. I'd even be giving this stuff away. Most of the supplies we have on hand come from that Rhodes Island you're lot from. If we write to Rhodes Island, do we get a message? We'll be letting them know once we're settled in somewhere. If they'll come back, drop by and say hi. And maybe once Victoria's Wars come to an end, plus there's someone Chen Chen needs to be meeting. What about you, Reed? Where are you going next? What about you, Reed? Where are you going next? I think I'll make sure everyone's settled down before I take care of my own business. Though they're away from the Scavana fields, their crimes in the hands of the Lights Out Bell, the Terrans still live in muddied lands, trapped where they stand. Like I need to help them come with ideas. I can speak both Terran and Victorian. If we enter the cities later, run into all kinds, and I can help negotiate. At least I could do some more easily than others. Alright. When you were looking for Rhodes Island Safe House today, did you get followed by anyone? Alright, thank you for reminding me. These soldiers are here for me. I won't be afraid. Also, thank you for your kindness. Say, will you sell me a tent if the time comes? Factories in the cities make that canvas. They don't leak water even when they get rained on for half a month. It's just perfect to retrofit my trolley with. He's a fair and kind-hearted one. I'm sure you'll be fair when it comes to naming their price. I think you two will have no trouble reaching a deal. I'm just joking. Where do I find the money for something this nice? Who would have thought, though? We were just trying to figure out how to survive a couple days ago. Now we get to sleep in sturdy factory-made tents. We can even light fires at night. Aye, they're a capable bunch. And they know Oreopathy well. Ooh. Incoherently rhythmic whistles. That shroud the valley, hide their figure weighing far. Beautiful song, that. Of all the people who fancied me, you might be the only one who still remembers me. Don't be saying that now, I'm sure everyone remembers. Your Oreopathy is not your fault. Whistles off key. Ah, that lad, Selma's brother, he's gone. That whole Dublin squad we helped out, they might just be gone too. We did all that for nothing. At least you're still alive. You went missing for so long, but you're alive now. I saw Reed handing you medicine. Is Oreopathy really curable then? He said there's no cure for it. Please don't be blaming the Dublin soldiers. I hid them in the factory's lorries and ran rare originium shards got in their rooms. This isn't their fault. I'm not blaming, just feeling awful. The rest of you had faith in Dublin, but I didn't have what it takes. Dublin's more impressive than any of us. They got weapons too. But we all saw what happened with that squad in the end. Dublin treats us well and lets our Terran voices be heard, but after that, beats me. All I remember is the blood I saw on the lorries that day. Even now, Selman still wants to find Dublin to fight the Victorians, and I can't pull her out of it. Her and Reed were chatting for so long that day, say. Did Reed not talk even a little sense to her? I don't think it's bad that Selman wants to do this. Her Colleen's like hers got much to accomplish for other Terrans. Don't you remember? Not long after I got infected myself, the entire district was chased out of town. It was stronger of us after that took everything they could to lay their hands in front of the rest of us exiles, left behind only frail pensioners and children, ones like me ailing badly from the sickness. You should have told us sooner than to keep it to yourself. At the very least, it would have spared you pain. To tell the truth, I can hardly remember any of it. I can't remember why no one fought back. No one tried to protect one another. I always used to think that was just how life was. It didn't matter what's in your hands when you're starving. Close your eyes and tuck in. Lisa died at the bottom of the mines. That mine. So did Colt Loda. Has your family complained about working the mines? I couldn't say really. Maybe it's how hard it is to blame someone for it, but at the very least, I did feel right terrible when my sisters died. I wanted to find someone to talk about it, but it was dark and suffocating at the bottom of the mines. No one had the time to listen. I got out to peddle my wares around. Turned out everyone had their own troubles already. No one had to lend ear to lend to me. But hey, not too late to talk now? Hey, you are. It's not too late. Wood we've gathered should be enough to last us through the night. Whistles, let's go now. Then it won't be so easy for you to tell the way once the sun comes down. Hey, the pot's bubbling. Can I have a bite now? Oh, settle down there, you got Ned. You ever not cook supper back home? Wait inside the tent. Once the meat's gone, give me a hand bringing it over. She seems to be in a better mood. Yeah, I'm sure she's still grieving. It's a good thing you killed her heart for Dublin at the very least. You knew. And I imagine with you here, they won't stray onto the wrong path. It'll be hard for you to keep walking with them, Draco. I'm not wrong when it comes to these things. Right, because Chen herself is a dragonborn with a bit of a family history, that's for sure. Don't be daft, fair girl. You played King Gale's warrior in last year's play. 3 times you fell with mortal wounds. 3 times you had to clamber back up. Your arms and legs were all bruised by the end. I'll make him invincible this year. Each year, King Gale loses the battles. Gestrel dies at the bottom of the castle. Other than costumes, we never try anything new. Hey, Selma, come here, have a seat. We've been thinking you could take on a role of King Gale's left-hand man, the general, this year. You're a bit young, but there's not one of us with a fire in the belly more than you. I'm only saying that because you know the pot. You saw the pot she's bringing over. Look, she doesn't want to. What are you talking about? I don't know who that is. And don't they put on those plays every summer over by yours? We're trying to sort out who will play which role. Now someone calls herself the goddess of the river and splashes the audience in, that whole thing. I've seen it, but I'm not interested. Well, not unless I'm playing her. That's her mourning the dead soldiers. Her lines are harder to remember than any other role. Oh. Might not finish building the theater before the end of summer, though. Could have till next year to prepare. Knows. It's like you still want to go after Dublin? Of course, think I'm just gonna give up like the rest of you? I made my decision after talking to Reed that day. I still believe it. Dreams can be realized. Someone has to realize it. Gonna have to be with someone other than Ablana, though, since as Reed knows, Ablana's ambitions are what Dublin is helping, more than anything else. What did you want from me? I have nothing to ask. I've seen what you've done for myself. I trust the judgments I can make seeing what I do. I trust Rhode Island's judgment. Right now, in the eyes of most Victorians, there's only one Draco still alive. Dublin's Red Dragon, descendant of the Terran King, or more than enough to fill the dukes with their sinister ambitions and nobles with anxiety. It must be difficult for you. Does she know my identity then? Bagpipe? She's actually very smart and attentive, but there's a great deal she doesn't like to think negatively about, especially not friends she approves of. We continue our journey together, that's something both you and her will have to face eventually. Are you advising me to leave as soon as I can? What's done can't be undone. You can't run from the responsibilities you have to bear. But I think that to some people, whether you're a dragon or not doesn't actually matter so much. Tender stream and rushes on through the grass. Make a toast to those of us here to raise the... Probably Farragle. This is Terran. Yeah, it sounds like it's about wine and the uplands in summer. I've never heard it before, but it's quite beautiful. Flap your wings to wake by light, we foul upon the bays. Bear off the news we gather round along with the waves. So happy. I can tell. They'll have their tents and fire. I'm sure they'll be even happier when they have their houses and farmland inside. Jen, you're back. Look at this. Mr. Horan can whistle with a blade of... Look at this. He can whistle with a blade of glass. Whistle sharply. My pitch can be pretty off. My dog's pretty good at it, though. Picked up here and there from him. Oh, you don't mind if I sing along a little, will you? Go ahead. It's a drinking song. One thing I'll take offense to is an empty bottle. Oh, what's the lyrics then? Is it okay to sing Victorian? Now let me fetch someone else who can listen. Fiona, you're up. A sigh. Ever does this land well with tears, yet we drink only of bygone dews and flames. Ah, that's adorable artwork. It's very warm and comforting is what I mean. Ending lane, the bloom rose and beller on the loam. You're out of tune, that's terrible. Shut up, not like you're any better. Sharp whistle. Begging you, enough of that noise. You got some bloody novel way of arguing. Boy, no throwing stones either. What if we actually got hit? Wow, that bread smells good. Can I have half? Oh, Dot. You gotta have a bite. Come on, just one. Bread. Gosh, isn't it? Wonder what herbs they're using. Can't tell. And you spent ages back in Yan. Why, did your test beds get more fuzzy or just duller a bit? What do you think? We Lungmanites brew our tea in the summer with 24 kinds of medicinal herbs. Really? Oh, you're pulling my leg again, aren't you? Oh, I'm not. Are you enjoying yourself, Reed? This is how their lives could have been all along. A bit better than this, too, of course. Give them their lives back. Reed and Otara, no excuses. No saying, eh? Using whistle, sing. She knows the song, I guess. Far and long, O traveler, but to where do you now roam? Transport will leave clear tracks in the mud. Should we take a detour? No need. We'll head straight to our destination. Good stuff. And you, Morin. Miss Morin, what are you doing since so far off? Reed's told you a million times, okay? She's right. Come on, wandering bard of the Glen of Kamai. Sing. Oh, miss the shroud of the valley, hide her figure way far. Oh gosh, I think I once heard this beautiful singing years ago. I'm sure you have. Right you are. I remember taking my sister around. She wasn't so sick that she couldn't walk yet. We were stood on the stone bridge listening for a good while. There must be more bridges like that, right? Just how far on the Kamai flows. Bid breezes past the rugged lime. Bring the civilians under control first, but don't let any of them get hurt. Our target possesses excellent military accomplishments. Avoid direct confrontation all possible. Oh. Oh, we're about to get attacked. Pick me a flower for her. Someone look, how's this defensive posture? Learned it from you. So, you gotta be chasing foul beasts. Where'd you learn that? The summer dries our laughs. Don't talk to any of them, not even a single word. Leave the rest to me. Bear bottles chill the bones of dirt. Don't forget, we need to be out of here before daybreak. Make a toast to those of us not yet here to raise a glass. Shit, this is the part of the movie where everyone's singing happily, only for the army to be surrounding them as they sing, just to show an artsy contrast. Crossbows the ready, prepare the smoke grenades. The tears we up to drink are the same old, my lass. I'm hopping out for some fresh air. That may have just saved... Well, no, he's gonna die, but it's gonna save everyone, since if he goes out immediately, he dies. Wait, miss this hour. You? When did you? Good evening, sir. Hymn of blessing.
Listen, everyone. Stay calm.
Gonna have to put her first. Gonna need healing
Please
here.
hold on. On alert.
Alright, looks like the rabbits might be able to handle this just fine. I just need to get my arts dealer out sooner rather than later. There we are. Flames aren't spreading, so we're in good shape, I think. There's a reason I like to say that Leonhard is one of the few not bad. Is probably one of the least bad AoE casters. Easy. G-Puzzle, you and your guys sure suck. No, run there too. Bloody hell, they got this whole open part surrounded, don't they? Ark. Freeze. Okay, bit closer to the saber there, aren't you? You won't slip or anything, right? Reed, help us, what do we do? This many, it'll be hard to force our way out. They break my cudgel in half? They're acting very confident. They don't want to seize us violently, they just want to quell the resistance we put up. Oof, not half bad, this lot. I don't get it. How'd they follow us out here? Where'd they even come from? Wait, that one, I've seen him before. A couple days ago, ran to the Spectre Force. Which means you lot aren't country Trent. These refugees are outside your jurisdiction. You have no authority to arrest them. You have to take off your gloves here. If you're not going to be following the rules, that goes for you too. I've seen your pile driver spear missing its shells. You shouldn't be in a mile of the battlefield, soldier. It's not like this is meant to be a battlefield. Now what is it? They're not even putting the fire out. Shout. Black Dagger slides forward without a sound. Its tip reflects not the slightest bit of light, instead drawing a path of smoke. Dagger points intimidatingly at Bagpipe's throat, though its bearer gives no glance. His eyes focus squarely on Reed. Reed can tell clearly from the sharp gaze that he and the army are out for her here. Isn't your pike meant to be burning with flames? I suggest you drop the feudal resistance. Make the smart choice. Lay your weapon down and hear me out. I've nothing against the Tarans, let alone any plans to retaliate against civilians. As for the sneering the masses clear of ruin, you and I should be united on that front. Here's the official paperwork. What? City Council writ of investigation? The former Victorian soldier sets her weapon down. As per the Council of Trent's decision, I'm here to investigate an overlooked puzzling aspect of one of the arson cases. The choice, correct? Little sob. What are you doing? Quiet down, sobs. Ah, this is terrible. I always thought I should at least get my will in order, before I finally meet my maker. If you ask me, you should have written it up a long time ago. I did right after we made it out, but I tore it up. I've been so happy these past 2 days. Really regret that now. Oh, shut up, Fiona. We're not done yet. We got us tied and gagged. Everything we had to do with... Hey, what else are we going to do other than wait and die? Interrogation. Terrible word. How many Terrans do we know make it out alive out of interrogation? Yeah. If it was anyone other than Puzzle, running this thing, I'd probably speculate that they have no intention of letting anyone here let out alive. After all, going after civilians like this would definitely look bad, but if everyone's dead, well, that's no record now, is there? They just have to get rid of the bodies in the fire and all that, and it'll be good. But since it's Puzzle, I get the sense he's not going to be doing that. Who knows what they're prying out of that woman as kind as Reed. We all know each other like family here, but we don't know Reed from bar of soap. We don't know where she came from, what she was doing before. Why, she an enemy to you now? No, that's not what I meant. Selma, you can't just make someone not be afraid to die. You can still see the fire from here. How long has it been since we had the light of cold, dark of night? Really thought I managed to escape, I did. Even came about borrowing stuff to rustle up money. Didn't I say I'd make it a smoked fowl to sell? Enough, we need to think of something. Figure this out. What good's that gonna do us? I'm fed of all this, that's all. I hate listening to how much you just sigh, squatting the town quarter, passing by village, threshing floors, just sighs everywhere. I'm sick of it. Enough, save it. Don't ask me how. I've always meant to find a way out. I'll draw the attention. Whatever you're going to do, figure it out yourself. Need yourself a little read. We're just having an ordinary chat. We have a warm fire, and we can hear the fowls chirp at night. Surely you'd agree. This is a much more comfortable environment for conversation than a fully fledged interrogation room would be. I think she's not really worried about you so much as herself, so much as she's worried about him, slaughtering the villagers to erase all the information after they take her in. After all those witnesses here are going to be very inconvenient for him in the future. No comment. That's your choice. I won't give you trouble for it. Perhaps the nearby barracks disrespect has given you cause for alarm. Allow me to apologize in their stead. You're here to investigate Dublin. None of the people here have anything to do with them. You needn't explain. As you expect, I already have a good grasp on the situation. A singular attack has indeed spurred a minor region's barracks to take undue action against approximately a dozen Terrans, going as far as accusing them as being part of the Dublin insurrectionist forces. But in the company of all else containing this very, very heavy dossier, the mistakes aren't worthy of mention. Of course, your situation is a little different compared to everyone else's. Yeah, thing is, when you start accusing anyone who as much as sneezes of being an insurrectionist to be taken out like that, you're gonna push more and more people to do so. Because, I mean, well, if they're gonna be accused of it anyways, why bother behaving? Whoa! Thank you for the raid, Pi is, trying. Middle of the Arknights storyline right now. Let me see if I can do a proper shout out here. The Pi is a lie. What were you playing? Hopefully it was going well. Oh, huh. Alright then. Uh, yeah. Alright, as I was saying, finished the read event and did some SSS today. Ooh, nice. I'm in the middle of the story right now. I just beat stage 5. And so, we just got captured by Fisher. Rather unfortunate. Hope it's going well. It's been going pretty good, but I tried to use my challenge team for it, but I use a rabbit-themed team, which, not very good if we're completely honest, but I've been making do. Once I'll swap back to my more standard team once it starts getting a bit much for them. In which case, basically anytime I start running a bit too low on healing or burst damage. But I believe I can do something to help you break free of these troubles. After all, no stretch of your escape could have been easy. If it wasn't for such harsh decrees, they would never have needed to run. No, please, this is a chat between the two of us. And I'm hoping you'll tell me about yourself, about the escape you began long prior to this one. To understand what you're talking about, I'm asking you about your past identity. There are no records of any kind on you. No medical, no Matic City immigration, no tax records, nothing. Terrans are driven out wherever we go. It's not strange that you don't see me in Victoria's records. Then what about the unrest in County Hillock last autumn? Were you there? And what about the County Peninsula attack last May? I'm asking you and you alone. Madam, if one does not tell anyone their birth name, where they are from, or who they are, wouldn't you say they're just like a shadow? I see, that's his hint that he does know what's going on. Interesting. What, Chen Chen? I reckon you already figured out who these men are. Basically, anytime Bagpipe's been showing up and been trying to give her kind of a TF2 demo man sound. I don't know why, it makes me like the character more. Plus, it's been surprisingly appropriate, I guess. She certainly likes detonating things with that gun lance of hers. Yeah, the ones who just fought us are no normal soldiers. Interrogating on the spot is very unique for procedure as well. Plus, their leader knows quite a lot. That's why he's so courteous, and me in particular. Right, I was just thinking, they'll let us stand here and wait, only keeping a couple men on watch, but the Terrans all have their hands bound. It's just not fair. Still, how do they figure out who you are? I didn't expect the intelligence service to work this case. Intelligence service? Why would they be looking for Reed? Her background must be a very unusual one. I is a lie. Thanks again for the raid. Hopefully it'll still be interesting for the Arknight story stuff going on here. Let's see here. And that's why she insisted on acting alone. She didn't want to drag anyone else in this mess. Oh, I've got a bad feeling about this. They're actually going to talk, to a Taran. They wouldn't rough her up or threaten her into saying something against her will, right? Keep your voice down. I remember what you wrote in the report in County Hillock. Alright, he's got his writ from the city council. He says he'll keep the peace and he has nothing against Tarans, but, no, I should trust him more. He's still an arm of the city council. He's not here to mess things up. No, I think it's fine to have some healthy skepticism, Bagpipe. Have a planning. I mean, it'd be nice if he's telling the truth, but we just don't know until it happens. Most people can't withstand the pressure of interrogations, though. You remember how we did things back in the school where we partnered up? Oh, your hand signal. I do. I remember. That's what we communicated with the time we snatched those hazardous origin products. Good thing you remember. Doesn't matter what Reed's background is. If she ends up as someone's pawn, that's going to send ripples to the status quo. Yeah, and it'll be a nightmare on her as well. I mean, she always seemed like she's been trying to shake herself of something. I hear loud and clear, Chen Chen. We'll bring her back to Rhodes Island. Dearie me, what pristinely clear tracks. It seems your opponent is extending you an invitation again. Oh, please, less ridicule. Unfortunately, I'm afraid invitation is an overstatement this time. He doesn't so much as care as what dance his guest intends on. We're making our positions plenty clear just by showing our faces. Dublin will rescue poor Lotiony, expose her identity, and in the end testify as to where I really stand. And he knows I have to wade in so the other Draco of Terra doesn't land in the Duke's hands and lessen the leader's influence as a dragonborn herself. No matter, I shall wipe his ambitions clean. The foul beasts have stopped calling. You understand what that means? Shakes head. That's fine. Why don't we start with the accounts of your recent incidents? You haven't caused serious injury to anyone. Even the arson in the barracks had no deaths or casualties, only some supplies lost due to the fire. Most Terrans are driven by their hatred of the Victorians to commit far graver crimes. Your methods, on the other hand, have been very mild. Some witnesses even attest to how you tried to fend off the Devlin soldiers. Do you admit to all this? Admit that I, by no means, wish to harm others. Good, because I can believe that. I have a fair conscience in you. Now, if we can turn our attention to the quieted foul beast, it seems your Dublin friends are here to save you. No, no, I can't go back. Go back? Oh, you mean back to your life as a shadow. Back to the kind of life surrounded by smoldering corpses, the ashes of dead coat the city streets. Someone blessed with a conscience, it must be a very painful life. It just so happens you have a chance right now. You can make your own decision. Accept our protections. Your past crimes will be looked into no further. I'll never... She must run from the watchful eyes of all. But how far must she go before she's finally run away? Now, sorry, but you want to take my but you'll want to take my fort cracker for size again. Smack. Brandishing her piledriver spear, Bagpipes gazes away from the tent. Behind her stands Chen, and Chen's eyes hover widen for an instant. Nods down the tent over the interrogation turns to ashes. A beam of flame bolts dart through the night, then immediately vanishes without a trace. Ooh, things are getting
So long
interesting.
as it turns out well, a little pain's no big problem.
Where can you go to escape your fate? Oh my. This is going to be extremely painful because this asks for a lot of ground units, and, rabbits don't have very many of those. You know what, I'm going to try a practice plan with the rabbits just to see if they actually can handle this. If it's too much for them, if I just don't have the units for it, I'll swap back to my regular team. Then we get to see some fun.
Look at the map and figure
Other
out
types of
your
fun,
route
rather.
before you get in there. This is experience talking.
Alright, the fire is spreading. No, not there. Here. Darn. Oh, I can put Ansel here. Okay, good. This means I can bring someone in the middle. The question is, who's it going to be? Well, let's put her here, actually.
Any more noise? Go ahead. I'm ready. You're going.
First aid box is clear.
Might as well do it this way here, then. And base crews can go here.
Sleep on the job. Here I
This is 22, so there's got to be way more units than this. Fire burn gives some pretty heavy res shred. Unfortunately, I can't cure that with a what's it called? A therapist medic. It's gonna have to be a wandering. Yeah, I figured we might lose someone. Unfortunate, but there's only so much we can do there. Yeah, I just don't have enough bodies. I guess this is as far as the bunnies will be able to get. Alright, we'll swap back to my real team. Alright, let's swap for Aiba here. Rika. Voiced by the one who does Aiba from...
You picked the right girl for the job.
I call her Aiba because Paprika is voiced by the person who voices Aiba from the Somnium Files 1 and 2, a Detective VN series I quite like. And I guess I can show off here. Yeah, remember I said I didn't get who I wanted? I wanted Harmony, but I didn't get Harmony. I got Reed.
Understand the objective you've set.
Yeah, so I got very much a suffering from success sort of thing. Unfortunate. Actually, I think I'm gonna keep Totter and... Wait, doesn't he have... Yeah, he's got his module here.
Orders ASAP, please.
We are, and... I don't need Podenko for this, so... Let's try someone else. Actually, I don't think I need... I don't think Thorns is needed here. Yeah, let's go with Stainless.
Squad 11 of Self-Salvation Corps, joining up with Rose Island.
Stainless here, and actually got Passenger very, very recently. Not from this banner, but pretty close. By which I mean I purchased him when he was in the shop. He required a very expensive investment, but I haven't regretted him. But as you can see, I like casters a lot, so I got a bunch of them here. I guess Eben might not be too bad. He's good at nuking stuff, although I guess since we have a large number of enemies, Passenger might not be too bad. I don't use Aya too much because I think she's kind of boring, if we're honest. Sure, we'll stick to Passenger.
Stay safe and keep in contact. Remember, the mission comes second. Your lives come
Might as well
first.
try and put the fire out, just to make sure this one in particular doesn't spread. I forgot to remove Podenko. Whatever, I don't need to worry about that.
Extraordinary melodies can only be played by the soul that quakes.
That's a lot of damage. Let's get Aiba here.
Don't get careless just because I'm here. Let's just get this done with.
Ooh, those masks.
Shall I open? Get out right now!
I see clouds rising.
There we are, perfect.
Probable hostiles in the snow.
I don't pick fights I can't win.
Here.
Please, trust in me.
Oh, I see the problem. Oh, damn it. Saga's actually causing her own problem here. Because she gives mortally wounded, they don't actually die, and because of that, the timer goes up and they revive. Oh, that is very, very bad. Bagpipe's my favorite vanguard.
Great luck. Got a tailwind today. Come out. Stop hiding.
Picked a good place for me.
Oh, you want me to handle this personally?
Passenger, your turn.
Where do you wish to go? Where do you wish to go? I'm put this endless burn. You need me back.
At least I can heal Passenger a bit with this. But yeah, you're probably seeing here an incantation what is it, medic, I think? Yeah, like Reed, you don't want them if you need actual healing. You want them to kill. Of course. Yeah, like I said, don't rely on Reed if you actually want someone to heal. She can't. I'm gonna have to do this the annoying way, then.
A knife, a life. You dare strike my shield with your spear? That's gonna end with you in pieces.
Silence the fort!
I'll replace her with Silver Ash, and this should be ideal, I think.
What are you planning? Thy pleas falleth upon death.
What invisible enemies? What invisible enemies? Between Silver Ash and Totter, they are clear to me as day.
Mission accomplished.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to be more careful about Reed. I do need to eat to her, but I don't have the chip catalyst for that yet. I'll probably still do it, but well, I'll probably have to treat her more as a caster with some support rather than a medic. A little painful, but that does seem to be the price for all offensive medics. I mean, even Calcit is really bad if you want to try and use her as a proper medic, like if you just don't deploy Monster and have her heal normally. Granted, she does have the extended range to help out with that a little, so it's not entirely a bad idea, but you probably will want someone to back her up in that aspect. Oh, as you're thinking, but none of your counterwalling will distract us. Really? Sounds to me like they're putting up a fight over there then. You shouldn't give them a hand? Oh, be quiet. Got some balls to give me lip, Vicky. Oh, quiet or I'll split your skull open. What gives you the right? Don't overexert yourself, Tarn. I have no prejudice or hate against your lot. At most, I just think you're sad. You're a political force to be used, a piece on the Duke's board. We've been as friendly as we can be, since that's just common courtesy, but you should know banner refugees dying here won't be any skin off our backs. Honestly, I'm not convinced they aren't intending to kill the refugees once we leave anyways. Have we got orders? Without backup, we'll do as the captain told us and deal with the ones here first. Target fleeing inboard, turns turn 1. Teams 1 and 2 continue pursuit, all the units retreat. Give them opportunity to regroup, we'll take them all at once. Great, how'd you shake that investigator? Chen and I were just going to rescue you. Hey, come on, tell her to read, let's go. There's fewer this way, let's take the chance to break through. Where are the others? Are they by the forest still? I think so, we have to find our way first, then we can save them. Crossbowmen. Wait, they got just waltz out of here? These crossbowmen did not attack before. Some of them were lying in ambush. There's no telling how many of them we're dealing with. They must think really highly of us to greet us with so many elite troops. Oh, it doesn't matter to me. How many of them we're dealing with. We have no choice but to fight them one by one. Wait, Bagpipe. We aren't the only ones they're targeting. Oh, you're right. They're reorganizing their forces. In which case, if they're very quick at it, they must have planned this in advance. The opening they're giving us may very well be intentional. Would anyone really come out of these barrens, though? Hostiles sighted. Prepare grenades. Alert the decoy team. Squadron emerges from the dark like ghosts that appear in the county-like streets. Bagpipes grip on our grip tightens on our force cracker. Dublin! Crap, we got a three-way brawl here. We've confirmed the enemy commander's identity. It's exactly who he said it would be. The Red Steel Guard captain. He came to rescue the Draco as a Dublin member. Just as I thought. This might turn into an open confrontation between two dukes. The Iron Duke is seeking out to turn County Trent into a battlefield. They won't act too rashly just yet. Let's keep waiting for the most opportune moment. Target sighted, prioritizing capturing her. Out of the way! So these aren't Dublin courses. That means there must be harmony in the Dukes. And, well, no, the Brigadier, not the Duke. You're a Victorian soldier. She's got a Victorian soldier by her side? Oh, that's so strange. There's Victorian soldiers everywhere here. Split the three of them apart. Don't waste any time on anyone who isn't the target. We secured the target. Team 3, evacuate. You mean Reed? Long time no see, Lotiony. Say, we're old friends, aren't we? Don't be too nervous now. I am not getting worked up either. Such a touching reunion. I can't imagine you approve of greeting your old friend with violence. Hmm? It really is such a shame, you know. You were always open to leave. In fact, the leaders acquiesced to your little runaway act. Are you taking me back? But I can't go back. There'd be no place for me there anymore. No, there never was any place for me there. No, I understand. Not fond of your status of a shadow. Untrusting of the men recruited by your own lies. Where else could you go if not Dublin? Where would you make your home as a dragonborn? Lotiony, oh poor Lotiony, tell the truth. I have some genuine sympathy for you. I trust her about as much. I trust Harmony about as much as I trust Ashia Doman from FGO. Don't trust him any more than you can throw him. That's what I say. You see, you only ever spare a few words for me when it comes to all that fictional poetry, all that made-up flowery language. Makes it feel like we really are old friends. If you had your own life to live, you'd be roaming about the ancient moors like the bards do, or wailing the day away, reading, cozied up to a nice little hut, living for yourself by writing copies. Wonderful dreams, I could say that. So living aboard a ship must have been, oh, so satisfying to you. Why didn't you keep laying low, I wonder? The leader knows, doesn't she? In County Hillock, so many innocent civilians killed in the scheming and plotting. She knew for the longest time, didn't she? Well, you know her best. Why double-check with me? If they hadn't perished in the County Hillock melee, the leader would have done it herself. Truly, a series of shames. If the elocutionist and his merry men went about the County Hillock following their orders instead of getting up to their little tricks, they could have lived out a few more days by the leader's side. If Mandragora had done what she was told in Londinia and brought the spy back, she wouldn't have needed to die that horrible death there in the sewers. And if you just kept on staying and hiding out of Fate's way, I wouldn't be inclined to fetch you back for Dublin, either. Seems everyone wants Reed. And I guess the official word is that Mandragora is dead, but I will state for the record that the last we saw of her, uh, she was not alone. Elite Operator Misery was with her, so it's entirely possible she's alive and laying low somehow. And given everyone has such a low opinion of her, it's unlikely they'd have searched for her, unlike Reed, who they still have a high opinion of. But I guess it's impossible she is dead. Hard to say, though. I never know. Maybe one day we'll find her as the 6-star of a banner. Or even 5-star, really. I wouldn't be against it at the very least. But where will I go? You should feel lucky, honestly, that I found you first. I'm sparing you the time you need. If it was the Brigadier who came across you, he would have murdered you the moment you hesitated. No, they want me no more than a shadow. I won't live a life like that again. Taking a spear to the ashes has been so much easier than tearing clean through bodies of flesh and blood. Alright, this'll keep you a lot lying down. Reed, how are you, Flashbang. Don't look. Every time she casts her arts, Reed closes her eyes. But not Bagpipe. Bagpipe sees a flame laid across the apex of her spear. Right, didn't she meet her in County Hillock? She was the Dublin caster, stood under the statue in the square, staring coldly at the burning streets. The death is countless. She trusts outcasts on Rose Island, and it makes her not want to believe her own impression, her soul, a single glance. Bagpipe, how's it going over there? Can you lure Dublin's side intelligence serve us muscle together? I am on it. Oh, you're not laying hands on Reed. Out of the way. The brief breath she catches between stance and attack, she reflexively looks behind herself again. A mist sweeps across her view, crossing her and Reed. All units, use the fog as cover. Penetrate the battlefield. Origin Arts, stay alert, gather up. Reconfirm your positions. Ah, the Brigadier, you're here. Yes, you have the command now. She has to run. The fog's giving her a chance. She knows the strategy of turning a battle into uncontrolled ball well. All she has to do is take her spear up and spur on the flames. But what comes after? She's the Dublin's leader. She stands for their flames. She sets the light to Lansdowne swaths. She took lives upon lives. She made illusory promises, all in her own voice. She proclaimed time and again she'd bring about a new age, one belonging to the Terrans. Team 1 attack straight away. Don't be concerned about hurting the target. Pet Dracos have excellent physical resistance. A few rounds won't kill her. Her parents died on the snowiest of the festival nights for this bloodline. She and her sister traveled from one city to another, living the childhood that ambitious politicians who aimed to restore a monarchy had in mind for them. She was born with her flames. Even now, her flames and organs can feel the scorching pain. Where must she run to escape from that fate? Once she woke up in a sick bed aboard Rhodes Island. There, she laid on the bed and read. The books were descriptions of Victoria's exquisite peace, of Tara's gentle, melodious girls. But past her window, there outside, her injured allies would walk. Even when she shuts her eyes, she can see the city in ruins. She was saved, many others died out there. Do it. Captain's given the order. Take care of them first, then we'll deal with Dublin's lot. Don't worry, Tyron, this blade works fast. Oof, that was close. Beyond, I knew it! Where'd you come from? Help me. Oh, if we could stand to get up. They haven't bound more than our hands. We got the numbers. It's just 3 of them. One more is hurt. We can take them. Right, let's do it. Ran down the Vicky patrol the village the other day. We can do more than lock this down. Hey, Fionn, how'd you slip free? I was squatting over there to check on Reed. Nobody saw me. I sneaked a rock and cut through the rope. Just thinking about it scares me. Would have been a little bit late back. Don't think about that. Unbind me and we'll help the others. Hurry. I'll teach that stuck-up Vicky a lesson. We're sad. We're just being used. So I just know there's nothing more real than the scars on the body and the blood and tears that I've shed. What gives you any right in hell to take the piss out of us? Captain, there's an uproar with the hostage. Did I take him out? Sorry, I can't see very well. Ah, pretty strong you are there. Anyone still tied up? I'll nab the knife and catch you free. Here, just send out the word. Go keep an air out. See if there's any soldiers coming to the side. Fionn, get there and help anyone who's hurt. Move, anyone's got legs. Hooray! Refugee Terrans stumble frantically, running ever deeper in the woods. They fled their homeland, those marshy soils, yet none are truly sure how fast they must run to leave the flames of war and death behind them. They can just escape the Dark Night. Will that mean they can rebuild their homeland free and peaceful? Oh, Fionn, you know how to write. Once we get out, write me a letter, send back home. No need to let them know I'm still alive. Right, I hear ya. I'll do smell flower liquor, true to my word. Give me a good set of all the good stuff brewing in the market. Right, noted, noted. I don't even need my account book. Then all at once they elect to stop their tracks. Someone lightly begins to whistle. The Terrans have many things they can't put into words. What they cannot put into words express themselves. They simply sing. They sing of glasses empty of alcohol, loved ones who aren't there. Selman, I know. I saw them fighting. Dublin's in on it. They're looking to capture Reed. Bad Cop and Chin are helping her, but it's just the 3. Will they be fine? There's no smoke. There must still be firewood burning, so it's thick. We might just be able to sneak ourselves inside. Say, Selman. Let's go. Grab their sabers. See any weapons on the way? Take them. Where must we go to escape the Terran's fate? We just took out those guards. Nothing to be afraid of. They're not fighting a war. We don't need to do them all, and we just need to rescue Reed and we're good. Horn, can you see? If the fire's not bright enough, we'll take my hand and guide you. Smoke thickens. The weight of heat inches closer. The woods are burning. Life is fading. Never a soul called their names. Never a soul asked them about their ideals. Ask the run they make as counter to the life they dream of living. They bound ahead for the Firelight, the one and only. Reed, are they calling to me?
Doctor, with you for company all the time, I start imagining I fight even better than the Mercs. Don't you let me get too cocky. If Granny and Rock saw, they'd be knocking on my head with spanners.
I should probably redo this one if I need... Nah, I don't need those. What's the reward for this one? Not too bad, but I imagine the good ones may last. But wait, I forgot I need to do the quest here. Search warrant from City Council. Scattered scraps.
You have received personal correspondence from the Duke. I'll be stationed and active aboard under the codename Puzzle. No need to bother investigating me. I've handed you all personal information that's been made public.
That's a pretty good accent. An arson incident, a batch of stolen artifacts. Usually investigation orders provide only the scant of details. Only those spoken with the deputies face to face will know exactly what they're supposed to be searching for. Sadly, I didn't keep my sanity restore potions from before, so I won't be able to farm the event quite as hard as I'd like, but not a big deal. It's 2 weeks, it's more than enough what I'm going for. To answer the obvious question, no, I don't know who I'm going to be raising between him and Cantabile.
Doctor, my public activity with Rhodes Island is better kept on the minimal end.
70 as physical against 3 DP. I guess I don't need to upgrade his skill, although I should probably raise his level at least. Starting to run out of resources.
This deployment is somewhat sloppy. Or does it speak to your confidence in their individual abilities?
Follow will eat him. Why not? At least I've got a ton of Vanguard stuff, might as well.
Doctor, you need caution when promoting intelligence workers. It may well add danger to your situation. But I'll let this one pass, seeing as you're affirming my work ability with it.
Still have Cantabile, don't I? Yes, I do. I think technically she's the better of the two, but at the same time, fast redeploy agent. Agents being fast redeploy units is pretty nice.
Doctor, my public activity
That'll
with
be good
Rhodes
enough.
Island is better kept on the minimal end.
Alright, let me just double check this map again. I have to defend 2 points. I have to be careful in how I position Totter, because otherwise he's not going to be able to, because he can't hit directly in front of him. He needs a bit of a gap, so that's going to be tricky. But there's invisible enemies here, and I absolutely want to wreck them. Is this a flashback or meanwhile? Oh, okay, here we go, flashback. Young bard, I cannot give you an answer. Let those who come after give it. Now, as it just so happens, I have one more matter of vital importance to relay to you all tonight. I'm afraid this will be the clan of Aron's final gathering. Well now, what you're saying, your lordship, hasn't our cause only just begun? Fret not, it is true that the cause that we Terrans seek... It is true that the cause of we Terrans seek who we are is fresh and new. What will cease to exist is merely the humble little gathering that I lead as an individual. Isn't that right, my dear loyal servant? My apologies, but I'm but a servant. I don't presume to understand. It's snowing heavily outside. Your body's frail. I can raid the car for you at any moment. No need. Mr. Williams, will you share a walk-in with me this snow-filled day? It would be my honor. The inn I'm staying at is no far where to begin with. There isn't much left for the snow to hinder. Really? I see. Yes, I never did prevent City Council from imposing those winter taxes on the Terran districts. Wow. When will they learn that absurd taxation is going to lead to, American revolutions? Then again, Colombia already exists, so I guess it already happened in this universe. Everyone deserves at least a warm fire on a chilly day like this. Maybe we can chat some more on your creations, the stories collected in these villages, and what Tara should have been. May death connect us with all legends. Quiet, do I hear footsteps? They sound heavy. They'll be pretty tough for the soldiers. Move, move, move this way, we'll go the other direction. Campfire's still burning. I can take another piece of timber as a torch. Alright, I'll go with you. Fetch it in a moment. Hey, Reed, you hear me? Reed. There's no response. Quick hide. We'll split into 2 groups for a minute and look for her. If we can't find her, we'll go find Bagpipe and Chen instead. Do you dare interfere with the military operation? Something's wrong. If I can't shake you, I'll fight you. Not like I haven't scrapped with you Victorian soldiers before. Reed. Cry after cry cuts through the smoke and dust. Reed knows the way she should go. She shouldn't be dragged into this. I have to help them. Unfortunate. A few inches shy. I recall having reported to the leader about this, but not to anyone else. You can't possibly be so naive as to think you're the only one in Dublin to form your own intelligence network. If you're to bring the puppet back, I'm afraid there's no course of action suitable. Well, at present, then no mobilizing my squadron. My, how grateful I am, then. Are you seeking to supervise my work, or is it more that you like to eliminate her yourself? Should she refuse her identity as the Shadow, my blade is faster than your arts. As you know how diverse viewpoints can be in this masterless Victoria, there's no need for Dublin to continue staging such a charade. Come to kill me, does that mean Dublin's prepared? You're the only uncertainty left. I thought that as a puppet you would at least learn how to think, or at least pretend. I thought you'd have the capacity to set your sights farther. This is disappointing, however, to see your foolish kindness. If you'd followed the Spectre Force's code of operations to start and eliminated witnesses, things would not have taken a wrong turn after another. The situation we find ourselves never developed. Second wound, far from enough to stop a Draco in her tracks, but I'm sure you know that no other Dublin militants bound your way. This remains a one-sided battle. I cannot see what right you have to instigate this petty coup against the leader. Hey, hello. Terran civilians are down this direction. If Bagpipe and Reed hear the shouts, they'll definitely come to break through this way too. Hang in there, I'm coming. Chen, oh thank goodness someone responded. That was fast. Where'd that come from? Superintendent Chen Huishe. Chen thrusts in the direction of the voice, only to find her blade hitting nothing but thick fog. She feels a chill. Have you ever considered the troubles you would bring Wei Yin Wu by attacking the Victorian army here? I'm doing this because I want to. What does that have to do with this? I'm simply rescuing innocents who are dragging this conflict. If you're going to criticize my actions from a diplomatic angle, I suggest you reflect on your own first. Maybe attempting to gloss over how complicated these events truly are. That said, I still have a question for you. Feel free to take your time to answer, however. Why did you come to Victoria? Perhaps I should ask, what did you come to Victoria for? My upbringing, my family, and my personal grudges have nothing to do with the conflict unfolding before us now. At this moment, no matter what you suspect, I will only answer with the blade I hold in my hand. Now, back off. Found you, Mr. Fisher. You don't seem to have come for peace talks. Dublin's forces are right before us. I'm sure you know who your enemy is here. Besides, my mission is to rescue everyone. You had your forces planted in advance. You got arts protection. There's no breaking through this for us if we don't get rid of the mist. Well, you can try to stop me, then. Neutralize her. Don't waste any time. Understood. I've only had some ammo on me. Gonna be a right pain dealing with multiple at once. Second Templars Platoon member Fiona Rung. Young, codename Bagpipe. I've read every single report you submitted on the County Hillock incident. You have my utmost respect for your actions. If at all possible, we should be joining forces, not pointing weapons at one another. Considering you're still investigating the truth behind the County Hillock incident, we can follow standard procedure and interrogate any and all Dublin personnel we capture here and give you information you want. I'll pass. I'm bad at telling if anyone's lying or not. I'm not really good at sense motive roles, and I'm not the best at interrogating it myself either. Show of sincerity, I can give you a single piece of information right now. Red Steel Guard. You do know who they are, don't you? Now take notice of the combat style of the Dublin forces here tonight. Oh, I think visibility's improved a bit. I reckon keeping origin mods like this is going to take a toll, right? Not such a toll that it would affect my plan, and I won't allow anyone to get in its way either. You could say this war belongs to we, the intelligence workers. It won't be a single misstep from me. I strive to ensure true war does not break out, and millions continue to live in peace. Oh, see, sure, missions end good or bad, or right or wrong, that's hard to judge. A rock? Oh, Mr. Fionn, why do you come all this way on your lonesome? It's dangerous. I don't know, I just got lost in the mist. Look, I'm not joking, I'm in danger. I'm in danger, hurry up and leave. I know, but I have to help, but some of them are even in greater danger. It's fine, I can help myself, you don't need to worry about me. I can knock out a man with this hoe right here. Well, someone did beat Elder Scrolls Oblivion with just a hoe, so I guess that could work. You lot, you're armed with nothing but scavenger pickings, broken swords, and dull sabers. Who are you trying to stand in our way? Ah, you're trying to capture our lair, or are you to say we can and can't do? leaders, so you really are. Well, yeah, that's right. Why else we come here to rescue her? She can fight, she can guide the way we leg it. We need her. Tying a rear ambush? Nice one, Morn. No luck, I can't pierce arm with this dull knife. Hey, don't use her torch. Timber's not even oiled. Bloody hell. Ah. All she catches sight of is the soldier's burned arm. He swings his military saber. Face mix of agony and anger. The saber swipes past, cleaving the torch. Blade end falls in the mud, going out softly in a puff of smoke. Not bad. And now he's gonna have trouble with his blade. Here, I'll hold on to you. Phew. How much I'll get to hold out, you think? Don't push yourself. Don't make me laugh. So you can resist a little. What else? Someone leave me be. I hear a few more coming. You hear them too, don't you? I do. Tarans. Us? Yeah, that's right. Who took these rags to someone dead? I'm not with your group. Best leave, Tarans. Go somewhere safe. These are living Dublin members. They can actually negotiate. But I'm not sure how well it's actually going to work. I never said I wanted to make an enemy of her. I wanted to correct the mistakes she made. Nothing more. You seek moralistic perfection in the face of war? Be the coward and hypocrite you are. Find yourself cursed again like in Hillock. Betrayed again like in the Peninsula. The blade tears the night wind asunder. The sharp clang of metal and over the officer lunges one with Reed. But she doesn't listen. She can hear wails far sharper than the winds. She knows there are defenseless Terrans shedding blood in this conflict, falling right this moment. He could call it the names in each every one of those wailing. It was but a few hours ago. She'd heard their voices singing like a folk song of home. She simply cannot hear those cries. You ever ask yourself who the Terrans you're saving are? Looks like she's pissed. Fire. Guys, watch out for Reed's origin in Marts. She's very powerful right now, but these flames don't seem like her own. Draco's flames are beautiful, wouldn't you agree? They do not exceed what I anticipated, Harmony. Still, we do have a poor soul right here, stupefied by the show. It's too bad, really. You don't know me yet, just like you never got to properly know your friend next to you there. But thanks are due, I'll say, for putting up such a diligent fight against this Victorian squad. His arts are diluted enough not to impact our giving chase now. It's like County Hill again. The more valiant you are, the sorrier I feel for you. This battle here is over, so you're free to go now. Dublin won't lay a finger on you. They can even escort you, if you'd like. I'll pass. Oh, I'll pass. What's she saying? Bagpipe, do you know her? Are we fighting or not? No, let's just go. We need to fetch Reed. You're very kind to her. Of course, I still would have silenced her if it wasn't for the Terran next to her. Still, if she can make our Draco realize she has nowhere to belong but Dublin, then all's the better. Your forces seem to have assembled towards my end now. Indeed, the poor child's fleeing north under our pursuit. Much further, she'll be in the heart of Duke Wellington's domain. Once she's there, everything she does will be under Duke Wellington's thumb. So priority right now is, shall we say, dealing with everyone knows too much. In the likely event you live to send intel back, it won't be much more than what your death itself would have told them. Guess they're gonna fight now. Selman, slow down. I'm having trouble keeping up. Where are we? Must have run about 200 meters of the woods up camp. Ha. Gave that soldier a good drubbing, now none of them are hounding us. Safe here, I'll treat my injuries, then I'll head back, tell everyone to come this way and meet up with you. People with Fion's Nafskull shouldn't be sticking around so long in the battlefield. Ought to be the fighters like me. You're miles better at fighting than he is, too. Selman, there's a huge din behind us. What happened? All I can see is a faint glow. Rotten shame against the proper. That's fire from Reed's arts, no doubt about it. It's a fine sight. Well, I've known all along she was capable of that. Is night always this cold out here in the wilds? Suppose you're willing to light your fire. Will it make a little warmer or a little brighter? I don't know why you're disappointed in Dublin, or why they're disappointed in you. Terrans want to survive. They should survive. It's the simplest logic. How could any of that be a lie? Before you leave the group, I need to talk about the whole going to Dublin thing. You know the way, right? Moran will head forward a little more. Be safer that way. Don't be afraid. It's all muddy here. If the soldiers retreat, they won't come this way. Besides, the sun's almost up. Step finally slows. Moran no longer staggers trying to keep up. Selman, are we somewhere safe now? I'm not afraid of bad news. Tell me. They walk forward amongst the howl of the wind, distant explosions, and the cries. Morin tries her hardest to discern the sound of Selman. There should have been some forewarning in that moment. Selman should have stopped in her tracks, said something, at the very least a scornful cackle to face. But what Morin feels is simple, a step made. A hand in her falls, all of a sudden. A hand in hers. As she stops, she cannot tell what she feels, thick blood or wet mud. Here. The soul spark.
What blocks the way, I will burn through.
Be ready at a moment's notice for the info I sent back.
I see clouds rising. Probable hostiles in the snow.
I have, as you saw, maxed out Totter's modules, so if there's something invisible, they're not going to last too much longer. Should probably have a better healer here, so let's do it this way.
Don't get careless just because I'm here.
Every look you take has value.
Come out. Stop hiding.
That should help us a little.
Picked a good place for me.
They're fast on the move, but I can still read their tracks.
Extraordinary melodies can only be played by the
Ignites
soul
reads
that
upon passing by. After
quakes.
3 attacks, unleashes 5 consecutive slashes on the target. Ooh. So this guy's gonna really kick my ass if I let him do
I'm
anything.
prepared to fight. I'm prepared. I am Dublin.
Foggy today. Bad luck. Foggy today. Come out. Stop hiding.
Passenger, you know what to do. There we go.
When 'tis a choice of life and death, why shouldst thou lay down thy arms?
Where do you wish to find? I am Dublin.
Hello, my friend. I'm going to enjoy electrocuting you.
Oh, even a virtuous king must
Silence the fort.
Time for Silver Ash to do his thing.
Great luck. I see you.
Made up your mind? The fool flaunting his gallantry reaches none with his vanity.
Here we are. Pretty sure there's no risk there of failing the auto either, so if I need those mats, I'll be in good shape. Wait a moment, Harmony. Something is unusual about the amount of station troops ahead at the carriageway checkpoint. Noticed, I coincidentally asked them to look out on the premise of possible incidents that might damage relationships between the dukes. Hence you're rounding them up before leaving County Trent territory, so that your backup plan would be at all effective. Not a surprise in the whole. Subordinate of Duke Wellington, commanding officer of the Red Steel Guard, an identity that will cease to threaten you very soon, of course. Okay, so basically what I'm getting here is this meme is basically this whole situation is that one meme where every person and has points a gun to each other's head in a big line until it turns out there's a big circle. There's everyone out and planning everyone else. That said, you understand at the very least that any further pursuit would become a territorial dispute of Duke against Duke. Given Victoria's present situation, I can say no one would want to see such a clash happen. My oh my, why do you ever never leave me any room to choose? Still, it's more than enough for me. My mission's complete as is. You own these repercussions. Your blunder caused them. You have no need to keep your bluff up so dutifully, being the exposed spy that you are now. Really, I was hoping from my heart of hearts we'd strive common minds together to work together someday. Harmony, you've spoken enough. Hem. All forces pull back. This was a losing battle to begin with. We'll let them go. I warned you, Fisher. Once you're up with the progressive past a certain degree, painkillers don't work anymore. You're in the state because of your own extended use of arts. I'm patently aware. Alright, I apologize if I went too far. I was just thinking. I didn't expect the venerable Duke of Castor would send a Trilby Asher here. I haven't even a clue at which point Duke's emissary replaced. I haven't even a clue at which point the Duke's emissary replaced my men. Oh, so even he was betrayed. Dang. Everyone's just backstabbing each other now. Do we make it out? Yeah, I don't see anyone giving chase. Let's stop here and check on everyone's injuries. Best take care of them ASAP. Lost some of our companions. We'll wait here a moment. Some of them got lost to smoke. Maybe they're still hiding in the woods. We told them we were heading this direction. If they still remember, they'll come looking. We stopped a good while here. It'll be daybreak soon. I don't want to delay your travels. You can all set your weapons down and rest for the moment. Bagpipe? Raid! Oh, she's pissed off. Raid! So you were the one, Castor and County Herak. You were the one controlling the fire. I recognize your arts. You turned an entire street to ashes. You had Outcast sacrifice itself to you. Sacrifice yourself to you. You're the leader of Dublin, aren't you? Everyone looks at her, waiting a response. She's been asked this question many times in the past. Each time she has to try so hard just to hold back the urge to shake her head. But now she remembers the feel of the hay, the taste of the evening breeze. She remembers the campfire flickering from the tents and how it was all its own. Nothing like the fire that danced at her spear's tip. She remembers the thick smoke afar that is yet to clear, the shouts and cries unrelenting, almost echoing. Here she no longer wants to shake her head. Ma'am. County Illic, I hoped that through death I'd forever escape my identity. That's why I didn't hide when the Originium bombs came falling. Since being rescued by Rhodes Island, I've tried for the sake of my own fate to recover something. So I came to this journey, in an attempt to heal some of the scars left by the violence of Dublin. But right this very moment, my only answer to your question, yes, I am. The people who died because of Dublin, the tyrants, didn't Dublin deceive them? I would have once said their lives were nothing more than fuel for Dublin's fire. The greater good, to rebel against the injustices all Terrans face, the fire must burn hot and bright. But after Outcast saved me, I retraced the steps, the path I walked. I haven't been able to say that anymore. In reality, some of those deaths had to have been avoidable. I cannot say that every sacrifice was a martyr for Dublin's cause. The Terrans are all people, each living, each alive. I remember the mistakes Dublin made, especially the ones by my own hands. Make no attempt to conceal these ugly scars. There's also the Red Steel Guard. The Dublin soldiers try to take it away from here. They're the Duke of Wellington's men. Are you just the Duke's private army? No, Dublin's manipulated by no power. Nor should we be. If anything, it'll be the Terrans who want a peaceful home, the land they can walk freely, one and all. But you're terrified of Dublin. If Dublin's truly what you say, if it fights with the Terrans, what is it you're scared of? What am I scared of? Your imagination of Dublin is all well and good, but the fact is, it's filled to the brim with rioters, conspirators, and people you can't possibly hold control over. They even threw you of all people away for dead, didn't they? Now that what many see in Dublin's Firelight is not a path of the Terrans, but their own future. I'm sure that the Victorians laid each brick and stone of their homeland. That as the Victorians laid each brick and stone, they wouldn't have thought it was for Victoria's as a whole either. But in the end, Victorians have a homeland. They can build and tend their lands in peace, yet when the Terrans want to live, they bleed rivers for it. I don't want to see anyone bleeding. Yes, I'm afraid. I'm afraid of the bleeding. I'm afraid of death. That's why I always wanted to hide. Unthinking, unfeeling, just like a shadow. But does that make things good enough? Why is blood still shed where I cannot see? Bagpipe, you've been asking me time and again where I'm taking these Terrans. Let me ask you now, is Dublin's dream an unachievable one? Bagpipe rarely ever feels disappointment. Crossed her mind how her reports will never make it to the right person, and that her friends in arms died meaningless deaths in conflicts long meditated. It's crossed her mind that should she ever come across Dublin again, how she'd dismantle their plot and protect the innocent citizenry within their grasp, but now she sees how the County Illic incident was nothing more than two dukes testing one another. She sees how lost and stricken the eyes of the Terrans are. They are behind Reed, emerging from the flames of war. She can say for sure who it is she's disappointed in. She doesn't know if she can still get any answers from Reed, for much the same reason she can't give Reed's question any reply. Let's go, Jen. My mission's to investigate the truth behind Dublin. Now I've heard it from Dublin's leader herself. But it sounds like Operator Reed won't be coming back to us from Rhode Island for the moment. She's got her own business to take care of, and so do we. Alright. Bagpipe. Fionn? This is for you. Radio? You'll be making through the Barrens, right? Take this radio. You might catch useful news. You don't need it anymore? The news is the same old from the Terrans, isn't it? Bagpipe, we really are thankful to you and Chen and Rhodes Island. Thank you for your tents and your assistance along the way, and farewell. Fionn. The old radio buzzes in Bagpipe's hand. Unconsciously, her grip relaxes ever so slightly. Take care. Aaron, Fargo, you and me. There's the 8 of us left now. I suppose it's easier to run with fewer of us. Check for me if there's any more clean gauze in the box. Alright. Here. I'll remove the gauze in your wound. This is gonna hurt. Hey, Fionn. Not afraid of blood anymore? Oh, no, yeah, I've just seen so much blood lately. Pointless being scared anymore. Say, Reed, is Bagpipe really just going? Aren't you two friends? Perhaps a day we will be, but not for now. I suppose. I was thinking, I know we were bound to go our separate ways, but you should have had a proper goodbye with them. Everyone should have a proper goodbye. Hey, it's Morin. I see Morin, eyes grasping the faint light of daybreak, limping in their direction. Held tight in the grip of a broken sword and a blood-stained bandana. Is that Selman's? What happened to her? Jake said in silence. I'm sorry, you can't have seen. Far away in the woods, remnant fumes of the war still rise gently from the sky. All those did not come back now lay in the woods, just as Selman does. No one in time to see them in their final moments. The survivors stare into silence of the drifting smoke. I'll just don't know which way to go. In the Scanthia fields and hillock and oak grave. She's seen fire, great and perfused, be it anywhere. There are those who scheme of war and disaster, vying for power and prestige. She's seen an ordinary soul struggling amidst it all, only to die without rhyme or reason. She raises her hand, and from a Draco's flame a faint flower is born. Feel holding a flame still makes her tremble. It pains her insides no end, but no more does she shut her eyes. For all those who pull themselves up from this land of mud. The flower floats down, sinks the wetlands, there to wither, without a sound in the mire.
To drive them away with fire is easily done. But if we're to ensure they'll never come back to hurt us, then a fire is not enough.
I think the English voice acting they chose for the new operators are really good so far. One's pure story. Alright, first things first, let me hydrate. Grab a drink. Ah, much better. As expected, this is really nasty on my throat. But it's a good story. Reed has to face her sister eventually. Harmony's status as spy has been confirmed, but the intelligence personnel she has planted have all evacuated in advance under her cover. The infected is indeed another Draco. Where she's headed is within our grasp. As soon as you give the orders, my team will continue our pursuit. Although, pardon me for asking, but to no one listening, the one listening to this report from behind the screen, are you the head or the Duke herself? Very sharp of you. I don't know how many years it's been since I last met a youth who could single that out. Pardon me, I'd just like to enjoy this cup of tea first. Come, take a seat. No, being infected, I'm best standing here. Hey, did you see the little theater on the street corner? I did. It wasn't open, no suspicious persons were loitering there. That theater is built by a group of self-proclaimed Terran artists. Every night they put on plays based on Terran culture there. Do you need me to investigate them? Oh no, their existence is one I admire. As for capturing the Draco, you needn't worry. I'll have someone else take care of it. The intelligence you brought is highly valuable. Given her talents, we shouldn't be wasting your time on cleanup work. I'd like you to survey the Duke of Wellington's movements from a specified location. Understood. I thank you for the appreciation. Mrs. Prior, have you decided your answer? Hi, Miss Messenger. How far can I deliver letters? As far as you want? Could you help me write one then? Just a word or two. I want to let my family know I'm still alive. Sure, heard the farmer just now. Caravans pass through this area regularly. Yeah, there'll be one in half an hour. Follow the caravan. If you can hide their transports, all the better. The regions around County Oak Grove should be the Duke of Wellington's territory. It won't permit transgressions against the Terrans. You'll be in grave danger if you miss this chance. The search team will make their way here, the nearest nomadic city, as quick as they can. It won't take them even an hour. But if you manage to make it out, you won't have to worry about your future. It's me who they're after. If they lose track of you, they won't pursue you any further. So when Bagtype said you're Dublin's leader, that wasn't just me hearing things? Yes, if any of you still want to fight alongside Dublin, you can come with me, but Dublin's name won't shield you, and the road ahead will be much the same as what you're experiencing now. Monitored by many, continually chased. I'm back. I did what you said and talked to her. She said everyone who escaped the village with me decided to settle. Made a place name she doesn't exist in the Scathania fields. On that note, the messenger seemed like a nice lass, though. If she's an actual messenger, why not send just someone here to investigate us? And not just someone here to investigate us, we'd be sending her on this trip in vain, no? I've spent most of my life in hiding. I've seen plenty of people pursue, disguising themselves as messengers. Alright, I guess that's how it is from now on. Stop sighing so much. We need to divvy up our supplies while we still have the time. And you're hurt. Don't force yourself to go with Reed. We'll fight the Terrans fight for you. Ha. I count as having fought for the Terrans, Reed, a moment. Something I need to tell you. I'd wrote about in my will, but... well, I survived, so... what is it? You see, I was the one who bashed the soldier in with the hoe. I'm the reason everyone has to go on the run to begin with. That night I saw him beating the Tully's little girl, so I picked it up, someone set aside, and beat him on the head. Shaking, aren't I? I'm really sorry. It's been so long. I still dream about it. She was only 14. She was screaming, crying, and it got to me. I know I figured it was dark out, no lamps allowed and all, so it didn't matter if it might have cracked his skull, shed some blood. Wouldn't have seen it no matter how bad it was. I just didn't expect the mess up for so many people. Afterwards, I thought I'd go with them and help everyone settle down, and then I'd leave to atone for my mistakes. Some of us never even made it in the end, to a place we could settle down. Make up the charge about not having your papers in order. Sorry. I was worried they'd be suspicious when I wasn't on the wanted posters initially. That's why I went with the pharmacy. Then I dragged you into this whole mess, too. Say that, Fionn. My identity was bound to catch up to me one day. The Terran's sorrow is bound to catch up to everyone one day. Alright, alright, alright. Warren, do you want to... what is it, Fionn? Nothing. Here, pass me this rope. We won't get very far tying up your luggage like that. Fine, you're the expert. You're gonna be following Reed the fight. Selman said I got the strength to get a lot of things done. You can't see where there's no light. That'll be hard. Besides this war we're talking about, you'll face far greater enemies than we did last night. With cannons too, war isn't like in the plays where the heroes take a cut, bleed a drop, come up. In real life, people died the ugliest deaths in no time. This is the path I want to choose. I rarely get the chance to choose it, and I want to take it. Caravan's coming in. Okay, I'll negotiate with them to carry the injured. Reed, can I go? Can I leave the way I am now? I believe everything is prepared. All that's left is my little sister. She's still lost at a crossroads, but she'll make the right decision in the end. Top deck of the high-speed battleship, the Gastrel. We finally get to see Ablana directly. We only saw her silhouette back in Chapter 9. Arab taken from what was once the greatest nomadic city, furnished with the crystallization of Victorian military's technological prowess. Most should be proud of having the privilege to board this battleship. Across all of Terra, I doubt there exists a military machine as worthy of admiration as this. I expect no less from something bearing the name of a legendary officer for the Draco. I'm sure many have thought to track it, trying to fathom where you stand. But after a 7-year journey, today is the day it finally comes to shore. I'm still trying to figure out that card in her hand. Is she about to start a Yu-Gi-Oh game? How many messengers are on the port in this? How many messengers are on the way to report this news of our change of course? Duke of Castor and many others besides are paying close attention, but none other armies will intervene in time. County Oak Grove has stopped sailing and is ready to link. This is the first time in 7 years our ship comes anywhere close to a nomadic city, but there will be little resupplying or maintenance needed once we're docked. His lordship has indicated he'll personally receive you at the deck. Those apples and lapdogs, so hesitant, so indolent, they may never even find out who the city truly belongs to unless the ship's made it to County Oak Grove. And they have no idea the fires that will rise again thence. Dublин's army, the Terrans who thirst to be released from this injustice, have made their way there from every part of Victoria. My strategist has done well. Has my city stopped where it's hoped to? Yes, given the Terran limitations and safety considerations, this is a position close to the ruins of City Course can reach. What do you think, Princess Ablana? You paid those ruins a visit on your way here? I think this will suffice. It doesn't matter how highly those who clamor for the restoration of Terran culture think of King Gale's palace. It's ultimately no more than decaying ruins. When the time comes, the romanticist dreamers need only catch one glimpse of it in the wild morning mist, and it will sink in that what once stood atop the hills perish a catastrophe. That will do. From what I hear, the Terran dynasty fell and the Dracos fled. The Aslans at that castle stand empty till the day the catastrophe claimed it. The Terrans of all but forgotten. The remnants of that olden dynasty were never of any intrigue to begin with. The title of Gale is bestowed upon him by Victoria's regent. He was no more than a celebrated servant. If his crown was still existent, I would destroy it. If his throne remained, I would render it ashes. But the place lacks even those to speak of. Hence why the young Warwick sought to rediscover Terran history, starting from the legend of King Gale. Fine thing to do, really. You mean the geologist Warwick, of Warwick of the Northern Front? Oh, so you knew him. I once sent an envoy to one of his parties. This battleship began its patrol right around that time. You've always been of great foresight. I'd hardly call it much of a long wait. County Oak Grove. So, are you still keen on seeing it for yourself? Of course, I'm very curious as to how it's rebuilt itself since the Great Fire. After all, I once called it home. My elder sister's spear in hand, I stand in the hallway for some time. Everyone in the manor hangs their head in silence, trying to keep busy. The moment they see me, they avert their gaze. Our teacher's health has been poor. He hasn't left this room since making his way back through the snowstorm from the dinner party. Dr. Dale readied him with a mulled wine. It has been punctual in fetching the empty glass. The muted sounds of crackling wood seep through the gaps on the floor. The fireplace must be a bed warmth on this snowy night, but the flame's eerie silence makes my teeth chatter. Nonetheless, I open the door. Earl of Warwick. Now that you've convinced everyone to turn against me, why shouldn't I partake in this glass of wine? Thought you want to know what your missteps were, such their servants would seek help from me. Well, that's no matter, Ablana. What's important is can you continue to hold their trust? Yes, of course, and I see you don't ask why I would agree to help them. I'm sure you know what's going to happen in the city once I'm gone. The balance of power between nobles will be lost. No one will dare oppose Count Philip in Parliament. Still, our own 2 junior barons will no doubt set work in the shadows as to earn the Duke of Stafford's favor. And simultaneously, the Terrans who just rediscovered their names will lose their leader and protector. They will continue to be upheaved, trodden down by the harsh rule of law and nobles, to the point they cannot bear it. Yet even if you live, all the bloodshed, the violence, the rioting will happen sooner or later. Would you say so? Oh, what will you do when that time comes? I will reach my hand out and drag them up from the ashes. And Loshini was behind her the whole time. That's actually a really good reveal there, zooming out of the picture to show Loshini right there behind Ablana the entire time. For some unknown reason, a satisfied smile appears on his pale face. The insatiable Dracos, their ambitions knowing no bounds. Half my life's been searching, it was not in vain. He removes his spectacles with a slow, arduous turn, faces through the window out of the snowstorm. That gaze, filled with fond nostalgia, earnest expectation, is the same as in the winter night 10 years ago, the night he finished reading the legend. The night his fingers brushed across the Terran letters, embossed in gold upon the book's spine. I see a new age and belonging to Terrans, right in front of us. Oh, but Loshini, and you... I stand motionlessly in the doorway, reflecting the glass pane on my face, illuminated by the cold flames around us. I'm assuming cold is being metaphorical. Then again, fantasy tropes like to have a concept of cold fire, so maybe she can control whether they're hot or cold. Though filled with fear, our pitiful expressions are one and the same. Loshini, whose student will you be? Here it is. Loshini is facing her elder sister as she, presumably the final time, but this also means I'm guessing that's probably who the boss is going to be. This has been a fight long time coming. I also see there's a lot of fire here. Oh my. And what's the reward this time? Nothing. Really? Well, maybe it'll only show up once... Oh no, Lingering Echoes also showed that it doesn't. Ah, I see. So yeah, I'm gonna have to redo one of these. Possibly both, because I do want... When I farm these, I absolutely want to get the extra boost for the trust for the new operators. I'm not sure how much I'm actually going to be using Reed Alter, but it's worth having her. No reason not to use a legitimate good unit, after all. Even if I'm a bit disappointed I couldn't get Harmony instead, but... Well, suffering from success happens. This, of course, also means I need not hold back. I don't need to farm it if there's no materials here, but we'll see if I can do it with my own team. Although I suppose if I'm doing that, I should probably use my strongest units in these fields. Nightingale's gonna be better, I think.
Is this the rendezvous point?
Totter's great, but let's bring Eben for... No, Totter's gonna be ideal because, remember, we're still dealing with invisible foes. And Totter is absolutely amazing for that. On one hand, part of me wonders if I should raise some more defenders, but at the same time, I've been doing a lot of more offensive stuff. So... we'll see how it goes. The final battle. Or at least this should be the final battle. This is... Most events are 8 maps, after all. Usually just 10 is reserved for anniversary and special events. I cast my heart into my rhymes, that you, in the dim coming times, may you know my heart went, how my heart went with them, for the red rose horned hem. I knew they wouldn't come looking for anyone under a pile of catastrophe rubble. We have that thick mist this morning to thank. Wouldn't have made it out so easily otherwise. Ah, careful, we don't have any protective equipment. The risk of infection here, if we get hurt. 2 more, and originium-rich environments are especially dangerous to the infected. Noted, I'll watch out. Is Kari asleep? I think she's just fallen asleep, yes. It wasn't fainting. Her breathing's calm, I can tell. Sleep will ease the pain, if only a little, but I still worry she might not make it if we don't stop to care of her injuries soon. Are any of you disappointed? Why would we be? Didn't you say so yourself? We've got to fight with Dublin forces because they don't want a second leader. They've got grander goals. They won't keep making chase. We're used to a life of running at this point. We can't bear with it. What about after, though? You still haven't told us what you're thinking about for them. I don't have a very good idea yet for that. I'm sorry. Right. There might be fewer Originium crystals deeper in the ruins. I want to take a look, see if we can hide ourselves anywhere for the moment. It's about time we stop for some rest. Oh, but are the people over that way? They seem like normal folk. We could steer clear anyhow. You said yourself it's strange that people go to a place like this. You need to be careful. No need. You seem afraid. What's the matter? I'm fine. Please don't worry about me. She's come here before. Is she nearby? Hey, there's one over there who's kind of walking strange, isn't she? Don't look. Oh, she's... She probably died some time ago. Her body's just being controlled by arts, like the Dublin soldiers we called before. How would they control a civilian? Not sure yet. Come with me. I'll handle these dead. Right, she has to burn the bodies so the others don't get infected. It's very dim. Very dim here. Follow the stone steps. Watch out for any shards of rock crystals you go down. Warren, are you okay carrying Karen on your back? Fine, as long as your flame's lit, I can see where I'm going. Alright, we'll head in deep as we can. Try not to be too loud. Gale's castle? When the topic of that overthrown dynasty arises, some think of the piles upon piles of armor from fallen soldiers, while others claim the golden crown still hides beneath elaborate mechanisms deep within the ancient forest. Some see the towering walls of modern Victoria as a foil to the castle's vastness, paralleling boundless inland sea of Claricide with the virtuous prosperity of the Age of Heroes, while at the same time lamenting its passing decay under the shadow of Victoria. All have envisioned this ancient castle as a sorrowful tombstone to Tara, the ghost of resentment. But it merely sits silent, top of the hill, barring this place's heart as it was before the palace stood, overgrown with weeds, covered in vines. How old is all this? 500 years? 1,000? Oh, don't wake Karen up. Sorry, I'm just a little shocked. No, bowled over, really. To tell the truth, we put productions of different King Gale stories each year. We know we're the descendants of King of Tara. We know that's why we're still called Tarans. No one used to believe it could all actually be true. There's even a legend of a forge which fused together weapons of every Taran soldier to overturn the fate of the dynasty. A long time ago, I met a man in the city who was searching all over for a traveling bard. He said to me, though many legends are made up of later generations, there must still be traces of history left in those stories. Reed, you must know plenty about that, don't you? Are you not fond of this place? You've been quiet since we got here. Maybe. When I was very young, I often read about the legend of Tara until I drifted asleep. Be it the Victorian royal family scribes or those who wish to preserve Taran culture, they always write that it's a Draco's nature to fight. Legends say the first Draco to lead Gales boiled dry the waters of the river to travel south to flee his clan that slaughtered each other over the throne to settle lands that became Terra. The legends say Victoria's Red Dragon, the one who laid the last nomadic Draco leader, gave his firstborn the title of King Gale while he still burbled in the cradle. Legends say the Draco of Terra was upon imprisoned in the palace, and though the exiled king cast away his crown and traveled the wilderness for 20 years, upon his return in audience with the regent, his closest family, still he was murdered. Our history is full of stories like these. The Draco's palace is teeming with conspiracy and bloodshed. Never longed for or dreamed of this place. I'm still scared of it, to be honest. Scared that one day I'll have to fight my sister. At least I don't see any crystal clusters of the catastrophe in here. You should be safe to rest. Good. Here, Morin, let me set the caravan down for you. Let her sleep here out of the wind. There's cover here, and the walls are sturdy. We could light a fire at night, and no one outside would notice us. Wait, Wise Reed. Take a look by yourself. I lay down now by my soldier's honor here, so that in time the soil of Tara need no longer be soaked in carmine blood. And Draco Cross, no swords, the Draco kin. Be that unless the day comes where upon the Red Dragon's flame shall lead all those that fell, our fighters from the forge to be reborn. Reed hears a faint stir. She pulls back the hand, about to touch the rest of the equipment before her. It's alive! It's the sort of thing anyone can activate. Why do you find it so strange someone relit it? She's been through here. It's not strange. Through a gap, she sees a purple flame. This is the palace of old, so she was sure to come and mock it with laughter, no? This is all the legendary monarch left us with. Flames burn here. That's why so many of the deceased here cannot rest in peace. They're simply vagabonds who lost their way, died of thirst too close, awakened by the flames of death for no reason at all. No, stay away. You're scared of that flame too, aren't you? I can see how you want to put it out. Yes, it'll bring pain to too many people. If you truly intend on it, then I won't let you pass. She lit the fires of Dublin. You know the flame you reignite could never be the same. She's done many terrible things, told many beautiful lies, but it's all necessary. She summoned thousands of Terrans to follow her lead, be they saints or criminals, nobles or thieves. You could never do it. I can. I don't believe those sacrifices were all necessary, and I will never believe that only her way will save Terrans. She's been the leader since the start, since long ago, since the great fire in Oak Grove. Thinks back to the battered, wounded girl who lay down the street. Reed wanted to pull her up, get her away, but she was so afraid to reach a hand, she too would become naught but ashes. And there her elder sister walked up by the girl's side and asked, "Do you want to live?" She was right beside you, climb down. The disgusting nobles never catch you again. Mandragora, from there she escaped, and there in the end she returned. Well, you never did reach your hand to anyone, never pulled anyone up. If I'd reached out to her, then perhaps things would have been different. So she saved Mandragora's life only to sell her out. Well, I'm sure to some degree she really does believe, Ablana truly does believe in what she's doing. Well, I said it same with the sarcasm who immediately throwed out the people who were no longer useful to them. I I fundamentally cannot side with someone who's willing to say they're helping someone, but then immediately throw them out the moment they become inconvenient. Easy to be sure, but I'm sure that's an easy way to handle it, but I just can't support it. To be truly saved, she should have learned that there was much more open to her, so much more than the power of her malefactor, the arsonist of that day. Yet the fact is, you're so afraid, you fear even your own power, unable to do anything but let others control it. That's why we're all they're disappointing you. You're disappointed even your sister. No, you're wrong, you speak of nothing but the past. I'm here now. I've held others' hands in mine now. I cannot say that it was me who pulled them to their feet, but if they want to walk forward, my fire will clear the path for them, even if they lead me with them as they go. If she could see all this, I know she wouldn't be disappointed. You found your companions by mere chance. In front of them, you act like a capable fighter, an orator brings all in your band, and you pretend to have your own power. Hey, everyone has to start somewhere, even if it's just this random refugee she found by chance. And so, she's managing to get up, find her own path, thanks to them. But in reality, you're simply mimicking her. You're nothing, can be nothing but her shadow. She sees any method through to its extreme, while in the face of her, you're far too hesitant and weak. The officers that set light to the Terran districts spring to her mind. They are boisterous in ridiculing the Terrans for their arrogance, for their protesting against the injustice Oak Grove, even though they could barely read and write. She knows this is the very thing her sister told their teacher, and this was bound to happen. Victorians lit the flame of hatred by their own hands. This great fire will burn until all is reduced to nothing. Don't blink, her sister tells her. Witness clearly for yourself how our lives are destroyed again and again. Amidst a sea of charred corpses, the Drake who control the fires of death lift their hand to cast. A purple, ice-cold blaze immediately consumes the flames that scorch the dead. That deathly blaze was never a true life-taker. She simply permits the climb from ashes, to take revenge against those who destroy their homeland. I have no regrets. I've always once thought she was in the right. We'll throw ourselves in the fire, giving our own lives as fuel to build the Terran's ideal nation in the end. So I always spoke by her side, but once the fuel's burned away, will there be anyone left in her nation? I hesitated, rethought, run away. Forget it. My flight took me here. I've met people, seen things she's never seen. Things want to say cannot be what she does. So I will not be afraid of the thought of her again. I will never be trapped within my own shadow. But as you recognize this place, were you not fearing? I imagine you'd never be able to tell your companions where you were bound, but the answer has long been ready in your heart. If you won't become me, then how will you find your own place within Dublin's dreams? Oceany, what do you want? And in Reed's mind are the dead who walk with them in the great fire. Stop! Battered, bruised, scattered beyond recognition, yet with a thirst burning bright in her eyes. The revenge against the Victorian officers fulfilled, now walking those who lit their flames. Walk no longer. You are owed your rest. By the time she reacts, those closest to her have fallen before her. The vacant sockets all focused on her. The fierce flash of firelight, the deathly flames are extinguished. Sorry, sister. I did not mean to ruin your arts. You've done well, Loshini. She lifts her head in fear. First time her sister's smiling in commendation. Truly very well. Your firelight is such a dazzling one. I always wondered, what would it take for you to show your true strength? For you to draw the attentions of all? Display me your talent once again. Let me see their truly drive back the flames. Will you defeat me, my beloved sister? Ah, so is the final chapter going to be a fight all in her mind? Yeah, looks like it is. So this isn't her defeating her sister literally, it's her facing... Okay, so yeah, it's a symbolic fight.
Remember, everyone, not one fewer when we come back.
They're taking their time, which is certainly good for me. Since these guys are gonna take a while, I should have crews take care of them. This is a bit risky. Should probably be using a better medic, but here we are.
I see clouds rising. Probable hostiles in the snow.
I'm prepared for this endless burn. You needn't fear.
Oh boy.
To tremble in my music is your honor.
The leader, Dublin's leader, life-burning Draco, the ever-invoking Shadow. Do not let her close in on you. Alright, so yeah, she's facing herself, or rather, vision. Yeah, she's facing a vision of her sister here. Interestingly, she instantly killed them all, and I'm willing to bet that shield is not pleasant.
This is the battlefield.
She's not causing a fire at the very least.
Foggy today. Come out. Stop hiding.
Acknowledged.
Crap.
Shall I close? Shut up, or else!
Oh, is it my turn?
Alright, passenger, you know what to do.
Let me wish I am Dublin.
Oh my.
Oh, is it my turn? Bye!
Made up your mind?
Not quite close enough to get her.
What are you planning? Thy please falleth upon you.
Get out right now!
Ah, she has the exact same thing Reed does. That's gonna be a little painful.
I see clouds rising. Probable hostiles in the
Oh,
snow.
something. Damn it, something bypassed it. Can't believe I wasn't paying attention and let something do that. I needed to replace, I needed to replace Saga a lot earlier. As nice as her damage is, she's not very good against this mechanic. Cerny's fine because it looks like the leader deals arts damage. I could also put Stainless behind Saga, I guess, actually. In fact, I think I will do that. Well, no, because that again, she still loses her... Ideally, I should probably replace. So, you know what? We don't really need to immediately use the. We're not hurting for DP generation. So, you know what? Let's bring someone who's good
This
for
power
damage.
is not mine. However, Rhodes Island has need of it.
Does a lot of damage, but I'm not worried as long as I have Nightingale. She protects everyone from arts really well.
Prolonged casting makes my headaches flare up, and I even hallucinate if I'm unlucky. Let's make it a blitzkrieg, shall we?
Yeah, see, I didn't even need it.
To tremble in my music is your honor.
Your lives are mine to protect. On alert! I'm prepared to fight. Fear not, Firelight. Go ahead. I'm where do you think you're going?
The leader.
It's not my wish to take lives.
I see clouds rising. Probable hostiles in the snow.
Curbing the enemy's weak points, post haste.
Very well.
Don't leave it written across your face.
Silence the fort!
Let's establish a code.
Picked a good place for me.
Oh, this is not gonna be good, is it?
Foggy today. Come out. Stop hiding.
Yeah, I'm not gonna get it in time. I'm not gonna get FDP in time. I retreated too early.
Don't be disheartened. Not every composition is smooth from start to finish. There'll always be a few rounds of polish before you land where you want to.
The worst part is this isn't even the boss that's giving me problems. It's these generic guys because my my best Vanguard is absolutely countered by this mechanic of the revival masks. I mean,
Do you need me to tell you all? You seem like a pack of children at a holiday camp.
On alert!
Cruz, take care of that, would you? Thank you.
Your lives are mine to protect.
I see clouds rising. Probable hostiles in the snow.
It's
There you
not
are.
my wish
Oh,
to
perfect.
take
She hits
lives.
that entire area with her healing thanks to her module. I'm usually not a fan of modules that only hit one spot,
today.
but
Bad luck. Great luck. Come out. Stop hiding.
I am Dublin.
Extraordinary melodies can only be played by the soul that quakes.
Doctor? I'm prepared to fight.
crap.
Curbing the enemy's weak points, post haste.
Let's just get this done with.
The performance will begin
Gonna have to
soon,
nuke these
but it
guys,
seems
so
our audience can't contain
we'll try and
themselves.
distract, I guess. Okay, yeah, she's focusing on something else. Okay, she's dealing a dot, it looks like, so that's a little annoying.
Is it my turn? Bye!
Stronger dynamic, as graceful as life flickering.
Very well.
Foggy today. Come out. Stop hiding.
Stronger dynamics.
Alright, there we are, that should be fine.
Made up your mind? The fool flaunting.
Get out right now!
Doctor, I can protect you. Please, trust in me.
Shall I open?
Res 88.
I'm prepared.
66.
Foggy today. Bad luck.
Yeah, I think the 34% res from
Who will you choose?
Nightingale's S3 will make someone immune to magic. Zernie's taking no crap from anyone.
Picked a good place for me.
Where do you wish to begin to the firelight?
Foggy today won't be any use.
Shall I close?
Got a pretty good shield, but I think I got it. I also noticed that we still have some enemies once she enters phase 2, so I guess I'll have to be ready for that.
Made up your mind?
Interesting, the light's coming down. Ah, the mask came off. I imagine that's not just a mechanic, that's symbolic. The mask comes off. Oh crap, she's burning everything.
About time. Hold the barricade!
Alright, give everyone your SP.
Where do you wish to go?
Frustrating, but nothing I can't handle.
Shall I open?
Get out right now!
Foggy today. I see you.
What are you planning? The fool flaunting his gallantry reaches none with his vanity.
That's not good, is it?
A knife? My body burns at over 1,400 degrees.
Oh dear, everything's going to shit.
Go ahead. Stand still.
I failed.
A comprehensive plan must include a contingency for failure at every step. We're prepared, so evacuate ASAP. Oh, wait. Destroy this intel before we leave.
As much as I really like the symbolicness of Reed facing herself like that, I'm afraid we have little choice. Time to go. Time to cease holding back.
To the battlefield, are we not?
Well, I did say I'm not holding back anymore, so it might not be a bad idea to bring thorns, actually. Alright, thorns it is. More might not be too bad either. Alright, we're gonna beat the boss here and complete the story. Alright.
Prolonged casting makes my headaches flare up, and I even hallucinate if I'm unlucky. Let's make it a blitzkrieg, shall we?
Don't make any more noise.
I see clouds rising. Probable hostiles in the snow.
Alright.
Great luck. Gotta take it won't be any use.
Down to work!
Extraordinary melodies can only be played by the soul that quakes.
Alright, I need a healer for these, don't I?
Not my wish to take lives.
Great luck. Got a tailwind today.
Oh, is it my turn? Stand still.
Shut up, or else!
Flourish or perish.
Alright, there we are.
Yes.
I don't know if this is gonna work. That's really painful.
I'll bring you fight for Londinium! Victory for Londinius!
Of course. Without a healer, I'm boned. Ah, damn it.
Is this how despair feels?
Yeah, I can't let her put that circle on enemies, because that's the real issue here. Ebe, the leader. Dublin's leader, life burning and fear evoking shadow. Do not let her close in on you. While on the field, some enemies will turn to embers and continue fighting. Cast exhaustive flame, making them unable to attack or use skills. Dealing arts damage and burned all friendly units. When it expires, the target retreats. Give or take, sacrifices up to 5 and gains temporary. Shield proportional to their own max HP. In second form, attack increases. All reads immediately ignite. Melee attacks deal damage. Proportional to own double attack. And range attacks and deal additional target. Actually might want Iba for this now that I think about it. Actually, let's see here.
You picked the right girl for the job.
Alright, we'll go take another go then. If it keeps failing, I'll just borrow someone for it, but I don't think I need to. This is, this honestly isn't that rough of a map. I'm just not very
We're
bright,
heading out.
apparently.
Remember, mind your cover.
They're fast on the move, but I can still read their tracks.
On alert.
Clouds rising. Probable hostiles in the snow.
Not one of you is getting away!
This is
Alright, this should be fine here then.
the battlefield.
Shit.
Down to work!
Oh, is it my turn?
Great luck. Gonna be any use.
Oh, is it my turn? You're going.
To tremble in my music is your honor.
About time for us to shine? I'll bring you back victory. About time for us to shine? Hold the barricades!
Damn it! I thought that was arts damage.
Please, don't be disheartened.
If it's not arts damage, then
Not
that's a
every
big
composition is smooth from start to finish. There'll always be a few rounds of polish before you land where you want to.
Alright, one more try. Main thing that screwed me up on the left side was leaving Sog out for too long. I probably should just replace her with Siege, because at the end of the day, Siege doesn't allow enemies to live for 10 seconds, which for those enemies means live long enough to resurrect.
Don't make any more noise.
At the very least, it looks like Eblana's the only one who comes down the center, so I don't have to worry about anything else.
Clouds rising. Probable hostiles in the snow.
Down to work!
Oh, is it my turn?
Don't get careless just because I'm here.
It's not my wish to take lives.
Great luck. Come out. Stop hiding.
Come on!
Very well.
Damn it, I can't heal him from over there. Come on, Silrash, you need to nuke these guys. Get your skill up already.
Thy pleas falleth upon deaf ears.
Right, the reduced.
Extraordinary melodies can only be played by the soul that quakes.
Very unfortunate, but not much I could do about that there.
Shall I silence sofort?
Foggy today. Come out. Stop hiding.
Shall I open?
Alright, he won't die from that. I'm good. Yeah, Zerny can survive this without much trouble if I'm... It only hits the plus side, where these things are, so no one else should die from it. Alright, good. Thorns is back at full power now.
Shall I open? Shut up, or else! Shall I open?
Alright, good. The red shred's only temporary, not like corrosion's defense down. Yeah, feel free to focus him down if you'd like. It's not going to be an issue for me.
Very well.
Might as well get Silver Ash here to back it up. Attack or use skills, but...
Foggy today.
Alright, phase 2's coming up. And it's gonna be hell in a handbasket, but this time, Thorns is ready. Everyone else is ready. Here we are. Phase 2 time.
Doctor?
Oh, is it my turn?
Alright, she's gonna ignite them all soon.
Shall I open? Shut up, or else!
Doctor, he will not come to harm.
What are you planning? What are you planning? Thy pleas falleth upon deaf ears.
Sucks that he's gonna have to deal with that reduced attack speed, but... Shit.
The performance will begin soon, but it seems
Where do you think you're going?
Without a healer...
stronger than in Fort aus meinem Kopf.
Great luck. I see you.
Ah, good, I can replace him. Phew, that was close. Too close.
Don't worry, I've been standing back here.
Alright, I think we could be okay for a little bit, but not long.
About time. Will through darkness!
Oh, my body burns at over 1,400 degrees.
Of course she has a regenerating shield, why wouldn't she? That just wouldn't make any sense, would it?
This is the battlefield.
Foggy today. Come out. Stop hiding.
I can protect you.
Alright, there we are. Man, she's doing a ton of damage, that melee attack.
I don't pick fights.
Get behind me if you feel yourself slipping.
Made up your mind? Fool! For what reason hast thou come?
A knife? My body burns at over 1,400 degrees.
Go ahead. Bye!
Foggy today. Bad luck. Foggy today. I see you.
And there she goes.
The performance dance will begin soon, but it seems our audience can't control
Phew.
themselves.
We did it. I don't know how, but we did it. She considered the possibility of ending it all, even if it meant the fires of the Draco would never die. She'd imagined the flames of wrath bursting from her aching chest, burning away with the shell and identity she'd been given, liberating her from the shackles of herself. When she truly went to touch her flames, desiring to hold them, she suddenly wondered if she never had control in the first place. You've done well, Loshni. You wanted me to give you my sincere praise. Is that good enough? Or have you prepared yourself by now for the shadow return to the self, for you to replace me as the leader? I can give you this opportunity. Next plume of flames will burn me to ashes. Will you reach out to me? Flames burn and her shadow sways slightly, but Reed averts her eyes. Not far away, Kyrene had just woken up, slowly props herself up atop her apron, and more on hums as she helps clean her wound. Sister, why did you come back? What do you see as you stand here? The campfire burned bright that night. At the time, Fiona was wandering around begging for a new foothold to get business up and running. Selman was putting more wire around her weapon. Everyone called her the leader jokingly, but they were serious when they thanked her for bringing them all there. I heard King Gale was crowned by the Victorians, and only then did they erect the royal palace over a ceremonial stone circle. Before that, it was first home to the Terrans. Thinks back to the festive winter nights from long ago. They would change into new, matching outfits in front of the fireplace, leaving behind a photograph of their smiling faces. What a lovely, warm ball of flame. So no, I don't care about being a shadow. But I'm not your shadow. I'm simply the shadow of our people's ideal as a leader. Way out and a way to get their lives back. I happened to be there and became needed by them. So why must I defeat you, sister? Not afraid of death? Please don't say that, Karen. There's nothing wrong with being afraid of dying. How tragic would it be to die at Dublin's hands before we save our fellow Taurans? Dublin wants to save them too, you know? We're a lot more well-spoken than before. Like we have plenty of anti-inflammatories. Ugh. Oh, did that hurt? I'm sorry. And Reed, you're back. If we hide here tonight, we shouldn't run into any of the arts-controlled corpses again. Have you surveyed around already? That's good. I wish we could stop a bit longer myself, but Karen's injuries aren't looking good. Hey, what are you looking at? I remember the beginning. We all saw you like you were a doctor, only realized you were just like all of us, wounded. Are my own wounds serious? No, they aren't. Don't worry, they can be healed. Just, are you afraid of my fire? Of course not. So she reaches out to the wounded Taran in front of her. The Draco's burning anger wells within her blood. In bygone times, the Red Dragon bled for his people. One drop, incinerating plains from end to end. She swallows her roiling breath. Suppression flames scorch her. But if doing so can soothe pain, then she's willing to endure it. There is no true flame that burns in her hands. It is no true flame that burns in her hands, not even a flash of light. But invariably, people are filled with the same feeling, the flowing of life, as gentle as one's eyes opening for the first time in the rays of morning. Guessing by her face, you feel a lot better? Yes, Reed, you really are a doctor. Still not that you work in the same way that others do. These are my own flames. No, what these are my own flames at long last. May you sleep soundly tonight, Karen. Never thought I'd see the day someone outside the Victorian army would board a high-speed battleship. That should have been the first thing in your mind the moment you lowered the Victorian flag. I have nothing against you, Tara, and I just see your force's military proficiency. Plus, I'm curious about the leader of yours. I certainly hope the Duke's guests aren't just relying on the Herd Draco bloodline. Your arrogance towards us seeps to your very bones. When she gets up on stage to give her speech, you'll find she's the true master of the forces of the ship. On the ship. Still don't get it. Are you people Dublin or not? After all, you don't dress anything like them. Because of who you are, you saved us from the Victorians. I'll follow you anywhere. Sorry we couldn't help your friend. It's fine. As long as others can be saved, I suppose you can say he's still living on through them. Alright. By the way, Reed, these people give up on hunting us? The team that's tailing us vanished rather abruptly, but in any case, that works to our advantage. Dublin's forces should be assembled now. The Tarns are about to make their voice heard throughout Victoria. Soldiers. Oblana is now giving her speech. The Dublin forces I'm in charge of have come from all over Victoria to join his lordship's army. Together they'll fire the opening shots of the war for their survival. Up until the last few days, many people may not have heard of the Dublin name or had any idea what we're fighting for. Your war is picking up steam as we speak, but ours has been raging on and on the last decade. As we speak, those flying the Terran banner continue to bleed. There are no words that can describe the atrocities the Terrans have had to endure. I have seen their streets burned to ash and their cities reduced to rubble. And yet, those who deserve everything the land can give them met with our soldiers at risk of being executed to break bread with us. I saw the Terrans crying out to us in their struggles. However, their salvation's been not decades, but entire centuries. They appeal to their great and mighty compatriots and their neighbors of conscience, to all those Victorians who will not be co-conspirators to tyranny. They cry out for our attentive eyes. Yet as I speak, there are those among us who are well aware of their Tarn blood. Yet there are others who may be asking, who exactly are going to help? Tarans, with all the time we spent together, I've gotten used to using this word. What you said never left my mind, Reed. You said the factory workshop lacked protective measures so that everyone would slowly come down with homeopathy and waste away. Yet the owner of the factory who drove the Terrans to work under such conditions was himself a Terran. Although so many people like you speak Bog Standard, and there are so many who speak Bog Standard Victorian, though they were born in the same place as us, are they afraid of talking with us, revealing their accents? What exactly is Taran? What are they trying to save? It's been on my mind for a long time, too. Do you want to hear what I think? Go on, Reed. We're not looking forward to that badly to fleeing for our lives. Of course, we're happy to hear you out. I'd say it's been given the name given to centuries of our plight. In the past, Victorians spent many years trying to erase the Taran name, but I'm sure you can all feel it. Those ties are still there. Victorians don't call us Tarans, they call us nasty, unkempt bumpkins, good-for-nothing rascals, ill-bred scum. Or as many people have experienced, they strip of us our property, our land, our rights, even the very lives of our kin. All because of our common name. So many say to us, why not give up your language and traditions? Why not sing the songs of Victorians at festivals? As long as others can't tell we're Tarans, we're able to receive the same treatments. Of course, there are others who may retort that even though they're Tarans, they've earned enough wealth and power and dedication, receiving enough education to climb the working class. That's actually what the Roman Empire did. That is, they'd basically, rather than force them to take down all their culture and stuff, they say, okay, here's our language, here's our festivals, celebrate these, we don't care about the rest, but they would over time slowly try to push just their culture taking over. I suppose the fact that it can still be in use from many places does say quite a bit as to its effectiveness. Sorry if it's getting political stuff here, but well, this is a highly political game. It'd be like trying to play a Metal Gear game and trying not to get political. It's just not going to happen. So hopefully anyone here knows what they're getting into. Of course, though, there's... This I say, how ironic that we must throw aside our culture and betray our own name, just to earn the dignity of being seen as ordinary people by them. Though some of us have achieved greatness, the first step to success invariably is to become Victorian. Duke Welleton, sure you understand this better than anyone else. Many people still remember that in your heart pumps a Taran's blood. But, given that Victoria's deliberately trying to strip us of our name, does that mean they've really forgotten about Tara's existence? If that was the case, why did I, a descendant of King Gale, a surviving Draco, 200 years after the fall of the Terran Kingdom, watch my parents be murdered by the Azan's assassins, left to lie in their own blood? No, they are afraid we'll remember and expose their lies. And I stand before you to remind you this fact. So what you're saying is years ago, the nobles came to Tara and subjugated its people. Yes, that's what the history books tell us. There's numerous fabrications about Tara, but some interspersed truths as well. Victoria forcibly put King Gale into power as monarch of the Tara nation, forcing him to canonize many Victorian nobles. Then fair treatment towards Tara as the land was codified into law, too. Since then, Taran's accent has been associated with lowly status. Victorians have come to see Tarans as stupid, vulgar, uneducated. But who will come to educate the people of Tara in all those 100 years? Not a single soul. The Tarans have slowly fled from their homeland, perhaps drifting through Victoria along its nomadic cities, but never enjoying the same rights and privileges as Victorians. Have we ever had seats at prestigious banquets or institutions of higher education? If there are layabouts among us, Is that not because the Victorians have taken away our right to work? The injustices we've long endured were so cleverly hidden away in the lengthy years after the word Taran was expunged, but no longer. We finally understand why we've been driven to despair. As much I know, both about Tara's history as well as the legends spun by subsequent generations to trace Tara's origins. I can tell you about everything, true injustices, fabricated dreams alike, but I won't speak of them. You'll want to escape from your past lives. Of course, we can't live on like this. It's alright, even if we can't tell we're Terran. It's just, think, wherever the lights out chimes, everyone must feed a flame that burns the night. The only thing we must fight is the misfortune thrust upon us. Therefore, our fight for the Terran survival is something we must do. Right now, we are docked in Oak Grove, once a Terran community burned to ashes by a tyrant's flames. Perhaps those with keen eyesight will be able to see Tara's palace destroyed by the catastrophe over yonder. Such are the scars left on the Terran people. However, it is hardly our intent to recover Tara's ancient lands and reconstruct our history from its tatters. We are wanderers in a new land, and the road I wish to take you down is of constructing a new era and a new order. This battleship's next stop will be at the port of Londinium. Naturally, we're not going to compete for Victoria's crown. We're simply taking our destiny back from Victorians in our own hands. Our eyes are open now. We clearly see their sufferings rooted in dominion and servitude that Victoria imposed upon Tara. As such, we ought to let Victoria deny the legitimacy of its own past actions. Ah, so basically they're going to take advantage of the Sarkaz attack on Londinium. Well, the difference is they don't care if the Sarkaz win or not. They mostly just care they can take this opportunity to take their land back. Or more land, perhaps. As I said, I'm highly suspicious of Ablana. Though I guess even she seems to have acknowledged that her sister might overtake her one day. The war may not end in Londinium. Surely we do not fear a long and bitter fight. Flames have already been kindled. They'll burn away the ancient order of this land, taking our rotten shackles along with it. As the new order that will be established, I turn to all of you. I implore all of you, whether you're Terran or Victorian, regardless of who you are, where you came from, to simply fight for the glory of justice, for the unprecedented era to come. Until the Terrans are free to compose their own dreams, as the Victorians are, nothing shall stand in our way. But Reed, what are we fighting for? The survival of Terrans is just too vague, you know? Pastimes always thought life was so fragile. Upon this great land, many a thing waits to take our lives from us. Everything we do is no more than a desperate struggle, a stand against death, and in the end, one from which nobody can emerge victorious. If I concern myself too much with people's lives, how would I ever be able to come face to face with the all too ubiquitous sacrifices in a sea of unmarked graves? Yet the weight of life is immense. That is something I can't escape from. We cannot defeat death, but we can and should give dignity to the living. I believe the people of Tara should have a warm fire at night, wine in their glass while they sing their songs. There should be a day when the people of Tara no longer have to run away or bid farewell to their families and lovers. I hope for the people of Tara to have their own homeland where they can live in peace. I hope that all those we part ways with will be united there. The wind rustles the reeds, and amidst their swishing, she feels the painful stir of the dancing flames. She sees then austere yet distant dream. Perhaps not a single person standing there will be here to see the day that comes. Dublin's flames will burn this land. Surely it will be harrowing, thousands upon thousands of lives, nothing more than fuel for the flames of war. But even then, the weight of life cannot ever be diminished. Let us go. We are part of it as well. Oh, right, I got a letter from home yesterday. They're all alive and well. Maybe when we get back from the war, they'll be doing even better. Ha-ha. Lost for words again, Morin? Sorry, I could not but wonder myself. What should living life be like? Well, how about starting with a song? Go on, you might as well. No one's after our heads for once. By the firelight of homely earth I sleep, dreaming of honey, rum and stew. Say, Reed, what are you gonna do if we end up siding with Dublin? There's no difference between her and I. We're both trying to realize the same dream for Turon people. When that day comes, I will go and see her. Eulogy for the descendants. Alright, let me hydrate real quick, and then we'll have our last cutscene here. And here we are at the ending. Feels like it wrapped up rather well, actually. I wonder where isn't to next. Huh. Radar broadcast. Course set. Drizzles observed. Wayward stations will now allow passage. Incoming telegram from Viscount Dawson. They would like to use this journey as an opportunity to meet with the Dublin representative. More nobles coming over to our side. Don't you worry, the leader won't deign to make them any statements. They think from a simple show of friendliness would earn them the guarantee a piece of Dublin, Taran population kept in check. I say at some point they need to learn what constitutes true sincerity. The leader's still sending you to negotiate. Perhaps I should fritter away some time, at least enough that people forget about me. Good to hear you've made your share of errors by my standards. Since you came back to report on your lonesome, I take it you haven't caught Lotiony yet? Don't ask rhetorical questions. You hindered my ranks in their search only to leak her prior trail to my men. Not exactly a smart way to save someone in your case. And how did you know it wasn't you I was saving? You know, I don't recall the leader ever saying anything about executing her, do you? The leader did not allow her to roam free. The leader also allowed me to deal with her at my discretion. Don't blame me for being harsh on your friend, Harmony. In these times, no one in their right mind would let a Draco act freely in Victoria. Oh, never you mind that. I think we're never that close anyway. And as you see, I'm about to pay a visit to that medical organization she was holing up in. Maybe, just maybe, I'll be the first to get to her. What, a building in the way? Blast slow visibility. How is this not foreseen? We signed off on navigation. What team was on survey yesterday? It's too late for the fleet to turn. Check any presence of personnel in the building. Excellent. Brick and wooden, small enough not to pose a threat to the treads. Continue on course. Oh, would you look at that? Another tiny mistake. There are always sacrifices to be made in war. I gather what you mean, but listen, I have my own sense of discretion. Though Shani has a sacrifice, I say that it might be a little too high a price to pay. The blood of the Draco still flows through her veins, you see. She remains ever so useful, even with Oriopathy. Yes, I did not bring her back. She has no resolve to fight, but is plenty capable of fleeing. Further to which, we pursued her tracks to where the old Terran palace stood. Fires from the ruins have gone out. Becoming effective may have changed her origin arts. You seem to think it was Oriopathy that made her stronger. Of course not. She's my sister. It'd be disappointing if she couldn't even hold her own. Tell me, who's with her? A few vagrants. She calls herself the leader before them. And there's no need to follow her. Since she has at last awakened and become aware of her power as a Draco, she will return to me soon. How ominous. Are you sure the long-haul trucks pass through here? I hitched up one when I fled to Victoria. Bagpipe, eh? You remember when I asked you what the truth you wanted was and what you'd do after learning it? Because you knew things that would turn out this way. Most things happen in Victoria end up with a power struggle like this. Who could say, but it's never the same people involved each time. My feelings still have not changed. I have to submit my report. I have to want to know, would any part of Victoria truly accept it, though? What can I even do, personally speaking, to speed up that process? You want to march to Victoria after all this? It amazes me how you're so what? Stupid, stubborn, strong. Come on, Jin, that's why we've always been friends. Nah, we fixate on a goal and we don't change it easily. Not you, not my leader. Doesn't seem like compliments from you. I've been thinking these days anyway. Who's gonna say someone else's dream can't be achieved, right? Great noise. Still holding on to that thing Fionn gave you? Oh, what's wrong with that? Let me do it. It's an old radio. I don't want you to turn to scrap metal. There we go. Attention of all citizens. The conflict in Londinium between Victoria and Casdell returns to escalate. War has broken out. Duke of Wellington rescued to make war preparations. Yeah, everything's going to converge on the main story so far, it seems. Yes, I'm driving back. Noted nothing unusual during my recon assignment. The office I used for my last identity. Don't worry about it. I'll erase all trails as soon as I return. Of course, I'll accept promotion from the Duke if all goes according to plan. I don't plan to hide it. I'll have abandoned my personal identity and face by that point. Whatever I say to you now in my current guise doesn't matter, does it? I think I'll get off and take a little walk. Oh, sir, would you like a wooden doll? I bought some from the village. The woman who makes them is excellent craft, bless her heart. Thank you. Excuse me, are you from out here? Why do you ask? I thought you looked familiar. Sorry, I just settled down. I know the people around here too well. Don't know the people around here too well. Peddler... I'm feeling pillar of wares. Let me know if you want to buy or sell, and I'll sort it for you. I live here. See, that house was finished yesterday. It's all far from the village. It's right next to the road. There's your car. Do I have the wrong person? Sorry for bothering you. Massive rumbling. They both turn around. A huge shadow looms. The earth trembling beneath their feet. It's a sound. No, no, no. What's that? An army? Yesterday, 400 kilometers. Signed off on a reconnaissance scouting force. What are you talking about? All along, I've been in the belief that as militant vice groups, the Iron Duke was our greatest enemy. With the support, Dublin will incite hatred amongst the population, drag innocent people to riot and outright war. We must find a way to check this power. Hundreds, not thousands of lives hinge upon my every move. But for the moment, it could not let out a source. Sound if you tried. Rumble, rumble. The battle fleet, led by hand battleship, sails on its set course. Territory Duke of Castor. She has silently assented to all this, assented to the war, passing the roads across Victoria. Flee, Taran. You built your house in the wrong place. This belt remains the territory of Duke Castor. The boundary is vague, and you've yet to cross it. The Marquess of Trent did not switch over Duke Wellington's side come the conclusion of negotiations. Moreover, pressure on Terrans is set to increase once again. Perhaps you'll lose sight on those brutal patrol squads again the next few days. Perhaps I haven't forgotten the appearance of your name in those files. Did you mistake the Duke's intentions? Is he simply another pawn sacrificed to the war? None of us know the answer. And if we did, that lone hut would not be built in the wrong place. What are you going on about? Wait, I remember, you came after us. What are you trying to do? Fisher does not answer. He simply goes back in the car and starts the engine. Behind him, the sound, tiny brick hut collapsing, the plaintive cry of the villager drowned out, the cacophony of the battleship ahead. So basically, anyone not with who chose not to go with Reed's at high risk of dying. Talk about a rough disappointment, and talk about a bittersweet ending. Reed finally found her place and her destiny, or rather, her dream, rather than following her sister's dream this whole time. But it seems her sister is pretty awful still. Yeah, I should probably pick up all this stuff. Alright, I should probably redo some of these old ones. Which mats do I need the most of? Sugar Pack, definitely gonna need more of you. More Orion clusters as well, too. Right, and I want to do these with, Reed Altar. Here. I want to have all the...
I understand the objective you've set.
Doctor, my public activity with Rhodes Island is better kept on the minimal end.
Alright, I just want to redo these autos real quick. Just for, just to make sure I have the characters gaining trust. Although I guess I could end the stream and do it then. Oh well.
I've finished tuning. I may perform now.
Yeah, I want to put this fire
Show me
out
what
so that it
you're
doesn't
made of.
spread. This is the one that's going to spread.
Amuse me, if you even can.
To tremble in my music is your honor.
This is the battlefield.
Let's just get this done with.
Gonna have to remove her eventually, but for now, Totter time.
I see Fowl taking off. Probable ambush in the grass.
Might as well have Reed help out a bit.
Picked a good place for me.
Take her back now, and I guess Silver Ash can assist.
Acknowledged.
Where do you wish to begin, Firelight?
S2 is actually pretty interesting, an AoE around 2 people near her. Hunting herself, too.
Shall I close? Listen or leave.
Made up your mind? Fool! For what reason hast thou come?
Not gonna work.
On alert!
Foggy today. Stop moving.
Mission accomplished.
I could probably make it a little faster, but I'll do that off stream.
A satisfying battle. It brought palpitations
Hate to overwrite the
even to
Rabbit
my
Knights
heart.
clear, but it's fine. I have this very VOD as records that I succeeded. Oh, I don't have the stamina for it. Alright, that's fine. I'll do it later. But that's all going to be all for tonight. That was the story for Where the Firelight Casts. Is there anyone still streaming here? A handful, I guess. Oh, I guess I need to refresh that. I imagine someone is going to want. It's probably best to raid someone still doing Arknights. So, Goody 5 is still going. So, all right, I'll go ahead and do that. All right. That'll be all for me, though. Alright, so be sure to give all the love to Goody 5 if you want to enjoy more Arknights. And until next time, thank you for watching, hope you had a good time, and I'll see you later.